There is a room somewhere in your mind that no clinician has ever entered. You have felt it. The room that opens after the diagnosis has been made, after the medication has been adjusted, after the therapist has offered their careful reflections, and still something in you says, "This is not the whole thing. Something deeper is asking. Something older is waiting." Tonight we sit with a man who believed that feeling was not a symptom of failed treatment. Carl Jung, Swiss, meticulous, brilliant, and quietly furious at what the 20th century was doing to the human soul, spent his entire career arguing that modern psychology had made itself too small, that it had taken the vast, ancient, symbol-laden life of the psyche and reduced it to something that could be measured, catalogued, corrected. He was not against science. He was against what science could not see and pretended did not exist. Let your body settle where it rests. Feel the surface beneath you. Let your shoulders drop. In 1900, the same year, Sigmund Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams. A young man in Zurich was reading everything. Jung was 25 years old and already dissatisfied. He had studied natural science. He had read Kant and Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. He had watched patients in psychiatric wards and wondered why no one was asking the right questions. The right questions, he would eventually conclude, were not about symptoms at all. They were about meaning. What does this anxiety mean? Not what caused this anxiety and how do we stop it? What is this depression trying to say? Not what chemical imbalance produced it and how do we correct the balance? Those are reasonable questions. They have saved lives. Jung never denied that. But he believed they were the second question, not the first. And when a civilization begins treating the second question as if it were the first, something goes wrong at depth. Tonight we trace that going wrong. And we trace the ancient teachers, the Stoics, Plato, Aristotle, the alchemists, the myth-makers, who had already described in their own language what Jung would rediscover in his clinic in the 20th century. There is something your mind has been circling for some time. Not tonight necessarily, but for some season of your life. A sense that you have been given the tools of modern life, the explanations, the frameworks, the diagnoses, and still the deeper thing has not been touched. Jung would say that is not a failure of treatment, that is the soul asking to be taken seriously. We will sit with that question for 3 hours. The room does not answer yet, but it is open. The question Jung kept returning to was not a clinical one, it was a philosophical one. And philosophical questions, by their nature, do not yield to clinical answers. He had watched patients leave his office holding a diagnosis like a lantern, grateful for the light, but still standing in the dark. The diagnosis named what was wrong. It could not tell the person why they were here, what the suffering was for, what the life was moving toward. And without those answers, the lantern cast its small circle and the larger darkness remained. This was not a failure of the clinician. It was a failure of the framework. Modern psychology had inherited the medical model. The idea that a troubled mind is a broken mechanism and that the physician's task is to restore normal function. That model had produced real, important gains. But it had also quietly set aside everything that could not be framed as a malfunction: the longing, the hunger for meaning, the sense of vocation, the sacred, the sense that a life could be oriented towards something larger than itself. Ancient philosophy had never set those things aside. For Plato, for Aristotle, for the Stoics, for the Neoplatonists who followed them, psychological health was inseparable from philosophical orientation. The question of how to live was the question of what the soul was for, and the answer to that question shaped everything else, including what we now call mental health. Tonight, that older conversation resumes. Chapter 2: Jung against the modern mind. Carl Jung was not a comfortable thinker. He made people uneasy, including Freud, who was his mentor, his intellectual father, and eventually his enemy. The break came in 1912. Jung had been Freud's chosen successor, the man Freud believed would carry psychoanalysis into the future. But Jung kept finding things in his patients that Freud's framework could not hold. Images from myths they had never read, dreams that seemed to reach into the deep past of humanity. A symbolic life that ran beneath the sexual one that Freud kept returning to. When Jung published Symbols of Transformation that year, Freud stopped writing to him. The friendship ended. Jung entered what he would later call his period of inner uncertainty, years of isolation, disturbing visions, a deliberate descent into his own unconscious that he recorded in the illuminated manuscript now known as the Red Book. It took 13 years and cost him nearly everything professionally. But what he found in that descent became the foundation of analytical psychology. He found that the unconscious was not simply a storage room for repressed memories and forbidden wishes. It was something older than any individual life. It contained patterns, he called them archetypes, that appeared across cultures, across centuries, across hemispheres that had never made contact with one another. The hero, the great mother, the shadow, the wise old man, the trickster. These were not symbols invented by individuals. They were structures that seemed to belong to the human species itself. The philosopher Henri Bergson, whose work Creative Evolution was published in 1907 and read widely in the early 20th century, had proposed that beneath the level of individual consciousness there was something he called the elan vital, the vital impulse that drives living things toward ever greater complexity and differentiation. Bergson was a philosopher, not a psychologist, and his specific claims have not aged well in their biological details. But his orientation toward the deep, generative, pre-individual dimensions of life influenced Jung directly. Jung read Bergson and found in him a philosopher who was pointing in the same direction as his clinical observations, toward the reality of something at work in the human being that precedes and exceeds individual history. The ancient philosopher who had pointed most directly in this direction was Plato. His theory of anamnesis, that learning is recollection, that the soul carries knowledge from before individual experience, is not the same as Jung's collective unconscious, but it occupies the same territory. The insistence that the individual person carries within them something that is not entirely their own, something older, something shared. Let your jaw soften. Feel the weight of your head. Plato had described something similar. In the Phaedrus, written in Athens in the 4th century BCE, he argued that the soul carries knowledge from before birth, that learning is not acquisition, but recollection. The soul has seen true forms. It has lived longer than this body. The philosopher's task is not to fill an empty vessel, but to help the soul remember what it already contains. Jung read Plato carefully. He did not adopt Plato's metaphysics wholesale, but he recognized in that ancient dialogue something that clinical observation kept confirming. The psyche carries content it did not acquire in this lifetime. Something older is working in us. Modern psychology, in its ambition to become a science as rigorous as physics, had decided to ignore that. Or rather, it had declared that anything not measurable by current instruments was not real. Jung thought that was a catastrophic error, not because measurement is wrong, but because the decision to study only the measurable is itself a philosophical choice, a choice the modern mind made without noticing it was choosing. He wrote in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, "The man of today, who resembles more or less the man of the past, has lost something. He has lost what the ancients called the participation mystique, the sense of living inside a world that is also alive, that speaks, that carries meaning. A world without participation mystique is efficient, it is productive, and it is very, very lonely. You know this, not as a theory, as a lived experience, and it is the beginning of what Jung spent his life diagnosing. Chapter 3: Why Ancient Wisdom Still Matters. There is a word the ancient Greeks used that has no direct equivalent in modern English: psyche. We borrow it for psychology, but the original meaning has been reduced in transit. For Plato, for Aristotle, for the Stoics, psyche was not the psychological self in the clinical sense. It was the animating principle of life itself, the breath that moved through a person and made them more than a collection of organs. The psyche was not inside the body. The body was, in some sense, inside the psyche. The inner life was larger than the physical container. When Aristotle wrote De Anima, on the soul, in the 4th century BCE, he was not writing psychology as we understand it. He was writing an investigation into what makes a living thing alive. And what he found was that the soul has layers. The vegetative soul shared by all living things, the sensitive soul shared by animals, and the rational soul that gives human beings their particular character. These are not metaphors. For Aristotle, they were descriptions of something real. The soul is the form of the body, he wrote, not a ghost inside a machine, but the organizing principle that makes the body what it is. Jung read De Anima. He read it the way a clinician reads a case history, looking for what the observations were pointing to beneath the theoretical language. And he found that Aristotle was describing something his own patients kept showing him, that a person is not simply a thinking machine who sometimes malfunctions. A person is a whole, physical, emotional, symbolic, relational, spiritual, and treating only one layer of that whole while ignoring the others produces partial results. Let your breath move the way it wants to move. The Stoics, too, had something to say about this. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his tent at the Danube frontier in 170 AD, kept returning to a distinction that modern psychology would take centuries to rediscover. The distinction between what happens to a person and what a person makes of what happens. He was not describing cognitive behavioral therapy. He was describing something older, the idea that the rational soul has the capacity to stand slightly apart from events and choose its response. Not perfectly, not painlessly, but with practice, with discipline, with attention to the interior life. Epictetus, born into slavery in Hierapolis in what is now Turkey, around 50 AD, had said the same thing from a different position. Everything external could be taken from him. His freedom, his body, his sleep. What could not be taken was the way he met those things. The inner citadel, as Marcus called it, could not be breached from outside. Jung found this in the clinic. Patients who had suffered the same external events, loss, illness, failure, betrayal, responded entirely differently depending on what meaning they made of those events. Meaning was not incidental to healing. Meaning was structural. Without it, the psyche could not organize itself around what had happened. The ancients knew this and built entire philosophical schools around the cultivation of meaning. Modern psychology, in its effort to be scientific, had largely set meaning aside as too subjective to study. The developmental psychologist Erik Erikson, who had been analyzed by Anna Freud in Vienna before emigrating to America, spent his career describing the psychosocial stages of human development. The final stage he identified, which he called ego integrity versus despair, was precisely the meaning problem Jung had been describing since the 1920s. In late life, a person either arrives at a sense that their particular life, in its particular configuration of choices and chances, was meaningful and worthy of having been lived, or they arrive at despair, the feeling that the life was wasted or wrong and that it is too late to change anything. Erikson called the resolution of this final stage wisdom, not a cognitive achievement, a relationship to one's own life, an acceptance of it as it actually was rather than as it might have been. This acceptance is not resignation. It is the deepest form of meaning-making available. The retroactive recognition that even the wrong turns and the losses and the wasted years belonged, somehow, to the particular life that it was given to one to live. The Stoics would have recognized this immediately. So would Jung, and so, in their own vocabulary, would every ancient philosophical tradition that took seriously the question of what a life well lived looked like from the inside at the end. Jung refused that trade. The room does not answer, but it holds the question. Chapter 4, The Soul Before the Clinic. Before the clinic, there was the temple. Before the therapist, there was the priest. Before the diagnosis, there was the oracle. This is not nostalgia, it is history. And Jung spent a significant portion of his career arguing that this history was not superseded, it was buried. And what is buried does not disappear. It continues working from beneath. The ancient Greeks had a word for the guide of souls, psychopomp, the one who leads the dead and the lost living through difficult terrain. Hermes was the psychopomp of the Olympian pantheon, quick, ambiguous, moving between worlds. But the role itself was not confined to myth. Healers, philosophers, dream interpreters, and what we might now loosely call spiritual directors all occupied something like that function in the ancient world. What they shared was a conviction that inner suffering is not simply malfunction, it is speech. The soul is trying to say something. The healer's task is not to silence the speech, but to translate it. In the Asklepion, the healing sanctuary at Epidaurus in Greece, active from the 4th century BCE into the Christian era, the sick would come, fast, bathe, and sleep in the sanctuary. In the night, the god Asklepios would appear in a dream and offer healing, or a direction, or a symbol. Priests recorded the dreams. Healing often followed. Jung found this profoundly significant, not because he believed in Asklepios as a divine being, but because he saw in the ritual a sophisticated understanding of what the unconscious does when given the right conditions. When a suffering person slows down, withdraws from ordinary activity, attends to what arises in sleep, the psyche produces meaningful content, always. The ancient world had built a whole architecture to receive that content. Modern medicine had replaced that architecture with the examination room, the diagnostic manual, the prescription pad. Let your shoulders drop. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. The Roman physician Galen, in the 2nd century AD, treated patients who brought him their dreams as part of the consultation. He recorded cases where dream imagery pointed him toward the site of illness in the body before any physical examination had located it. He did not have a theory of the unconscious. He simply observed that the sleeping mind sometimes knew things the waking mind did not. This was not primitive, it was empirical. The ancients were watching and recording what happened. They were not theorizing freely, they were reporting observations. When Enlightenment medicine decided that the only valid observations were those made by the waking, rational, measuring mind, it produced extraordinary results in surgery, pharmacology, and epidemiology. It also discarded an entire mode of attending to the interior life of patients. Jung's argument was not that we should return to the Asklepion. It was that we should understand what the Asklepion understood. That healing requires more than correction of the broken part. It requires attention to the person's symbolic life, their sense of meaning, their relationship with what is larger than themselves. He called the healing sanctuary of the modern age the analyst's consulting room, but he knew it was a thin substitute. And he worried, not quietly, that modern people were suffering from something that no consulting room could reach alone. They were suffering from the loss of the container. Chapter 5. What Modern Psychology Forgot. The year is 1952, a hotel ballroom in Washington, D.C. A committee of psychiatrists is working on a new document, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Their goal is admirable: to create a shared language for clinicians, a consistent vocabulary for disorders that had been described inconsistently for decades. The document they produced has been revised 6 times. Its current edition lists more than 300 diagnosable conditions. It has transformed psychiatry into a medical discipline with replicable diagnoses, testable interventions, and quantifiable outcomes. Jung died in 1961, just before the manual began its ascent to dominance. But he had already seen the direction clearly. And he was alarmed, not at the effort to systematize, at what was necessarily left out when the systematizing was done. What was left out was interiority, the lived experience of the person inside the diagnosis, the meaning they were making of their suffering, the symbolic content of their dreams, their fantasies, their myths. The question of what this condition meant in the context of this particular life. The DSM is not wrong to leave these things out. It is a diagnostic manual, not a depth psychology. But when a diagnostic manual becomes the primary framework through which a culture understands the inner life, when suffering is sorted first into categories and treated primarily with pharmacology, something has been decided about the nature of the human being that the ancients would have questioned. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. William James, the American psychologist and philosopher who died in 1910, had worried about something similar a generation earlier. He called it the block universe, the tendency of materialist science to treat consciousness as a byproduct of physical processes, with no independent reality, no depth, no significance beyond what could be traced to neurons and chemistry. James thought this was both philosophically premature and psychologically damaging. A person who believes their inner life is merely epiphenomenal, a side effect of brain states, cannot take their own experience seriously. And a person who cannot take their own experience seriously has lost something essential to psychological health. James himself had suffered a breakdown in his late 20s. He had emerged from it partly through reading the French philosopher Charles Renouvier on the question of free will, a philosophical argument, not a clinical intervention. The argument gave him something to hold, something to believe in. It did not fix his chemistry. It gave him a story in which effort meant something. Meaning is not a luxury. For many people in crisis, it is the hinge. Jung knew this from clinical observation. Patient after patient, particularly patients in midlife, which is when his consulting room filled most reliably, came to him not with acute psychiatric disorders, but with a diffuse and stubborn emptiness. They had succeeded by the world's measures. They had failed at the interior ones, and no diagnosis in any manual covered the condition they actually had. He named the condition informally the loss of soul. The philosopher Albert Borgman, writing in Technology and the Character of Contemporary Life in 1984, described a related phenomenon through what he called the device paradigm. Modern technology works by concealing its means and delivering only its product. The furnace delivers heat without fire, without wood, without the family gathered around the hearth. The device is more efficient, and something is lost in the efficiency. Not heat, but the relationships, practices, and meanings that the fire had once organized. The loss is real, though it is difficult to name. Jung would have recognized Borgmann's observation immediately. What the device paradigm delivers efficiently, it delivers without the symbolic and relational context that once gave the delivery its meaning. And when enough things are delivered this way, warmth, food, companionship, entertainment, even therapy, the whole of life takes on the quality of the device. Efficient, clean, and hollow. And he spent his life trying to describe what restoring it required. Chapter 6. Ancient Philosophy and Inner Disorder. The Stoics were not primarily interested in happiness. This is a fact that surprises many people who encounter Stoic philosophy for the first time. The Stoics were interested in something harder to achieve and more durable when achieved: virtue. Or, more precisely, the alignment of the rational faculty with its proper function. Zeno of Citium founded the school in Athens around 300 BCE. He taught in the Stoa Poikile, the painted porch, which gave the school its name. His students included Chrysippus, the systematizer, and through long succession Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, who carried the teaching into the Roman world. What unites all of them, despite the centuries between, is a particular understanding of the relationship between inner disorder and external circumstance. The Stoics observed that most human unhappiness is not caused by what happens to people. It is caused by the judgments people form about what happens. The interpretation, the meaning-making, the story. In the Enchiridion, the handbook of Epictetus, the very first line makes this claim: "Some things are in our power, and some things are not. In our power are our opinions, impulses, desires, and aversions. Not in our power are our bodies, reputations, positions of authority, and external things." The person who confuses these two categories, who treats what is not in their power as though it were, will suffer reliably. Not occasionally, reliably. Because the world will not cooperate with their expectations. It never has. It never will. Modern psychology eventually arrived at something very close to this observation. Aaron Beck, developing cognitive therapy in the 1960s, found that depressed patients had characteristic patterns of distorted thinking, catastrophizing, all-or-nothing reasoning, personalization. The disorder was not simply in the mood, it was in the interpretation of events. But Epictetus had said this in the 1st century AD. And the Stoics had built an entire philosophy of inner training around the cultivation of correct interpretation, not as a therapy, but as a way of life. Let your body feel heavy where it rests. You are safe enough to be still. Jung's contribution was to ask, But what if the Stoic approach is only half the answer? What if the emotions and images that arise in the psyche are not simply errors of interpretation to be corrected by reason, but communications from a deeper layer of mind that needs to be heard, not overridden? The Stoics, he observed, had developed a magnificent science of the rational faculty, but they had not fully reckoned with the unconscious. They did not know it existed in the way that clinical observation would eventually reveal. They assumed that with sufficient rational training, the disturbances of the soul could be calmed and aligned. Jung's patients showed him that this was not always so. Some disturbances would not respond to rational correction because they did not originate in rational error. They originated in the unconscious, and they carried meaning that could not be decoded by reason alone. They required imagination, symbol, dream, the willingness to sit with something not yet understood and wait for its meaning to emerge. The Stoics were not wrong. They were partial, and partial was not enough. There is a passage in Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor who wrote the Meditations for no audience but himself, where he notes that he has observed men who were angry and afterward repented of the anger, and men who succumbed to pleasure and afterward repented of the pleasure. But he has never observed a man who acted with justice and afterward repented of it. This is a Stoic argument for virtue over pleasure, but it is also, in its way, a psychological observation. The things that the rational faculty recognizes as genuinely good, courage, justice, practical wisdom, moderation, do not produce the same subsequent hollowness as the things that only feel good in the moment. There is a difference available to direct experience between the satisfaction of alignment and the satisfaction of appetite. The Stoics were pointing at that difference and saying, build your life around the first kind and you will suffer less. Jung would not have disagreed with the practical wisdom of this. He would only have added that the rational faculty is not the whole of the psyche, that there is a layer beneath reason that also needs to be heard, not in order to be obeyed, but in order to be understood. That the emotions which rise unbidden, the dreams that arrive without invitation, the images that surface in the quietest moments, these are not simply noise in the system, they are communications. The Stoics had developed a science of attending to the rational layer. Jung devoted his life to attending to what lies below it. Together, they are more complete than either is alone. Chapter 7. Symptoms are not the whole person. There is a woman named Helena in Zurich in 1895. She is 15 years old, and she enters a trance. During the trance, she speaks in different voices, including one she calls Ivanese, an older, wiser version of herself, who claims to have lived previous lives and to possess knowledge beyond her years. Her family thinks she may be ill. A young medical student named Carl Jung attends several of these sessions as part of his dissertation research. He does not diagnose her as psychotic. He watches. He listens. He observes that within the trance states, Helena, or the entity she becomes, is more coherent, more articulate, and in some ways more psychologically whole than in ordinary waking life. The alternative personalities are not simply fragments of a broken self. They are, he suspects, potential selves, future versions trying to emerge before their time. He publishes his observations in his doctoral dissertation on the psychology and pathology of so-called occult phenomena. The title is careful, the argument is not. Jung is already arguing at 24 that what looks like disorder from the outside may be the psyche's attempt to organize and develop from the inside. The symptom is not simply the problem, it is also a signal. This would become one of Jung's most enduring contributions, and one of his most controversial. To a medical establishment trained to see symptoms as evidence of pathology to be eliminated, Jung kept saying, "Wait. Ask what this is for. Ask what the psyche is trying to do. Feel the weight of your head on the pillow. Nothing you hear asks anything of you tonight." In the ancient world, this approach was standard. When a Greek citizen consulted the oracle at Delphi, they did not come for a diagnosis. They came for an interpretation. The oracle's pronouncements were famously ambiguous because the point was not the oracle's answer, but the inquirer's engagement with it. The oracle gave you something to work with. The meaning emerged in the struggle with the message. The oracle understood that human suffering is never simple. It is always embedded in a life, a history, a pattern of choices and unchosen circumstances. To respond to it with a single, clear, definitive answer is to misunderstand its nature. Socrates, who spent his life in Athens in the 5th century BCE questioning, received wisdom, understood this too. He said he knew nothing, not as false modesty, but as a genuine epistemological position. He was suspicious of those who claimed to understand quickly. He believed that the examined life required indefinite engagement with questions that did not resolve. Jung's patients often wanted quick answers. They wanted to know what was wrong and how to fix it. Jung regularly disappointed them. He was interested in what their symptoms were pointing to, not just what was causing them. And pointing to takes time. It takes sitting. It takes willingness to not know for a while. In the modern clinic, not knowing is scheduled out. Appointments are 50 minutes. Diagnoses are required for insurance. Treatment plans have measurable outcomes and time horizons. None of that is evil. It is practical, but it shapes what counts as healing. And what it tends to exclude is precisely what Jung and Socrates and the oracle at Delphi believed was most essential: the encounter between a person and the deeper truth of their own condition. Symptoms are the body of that encounter. They are not the whole person, but they are its vocabulary. Chapter 8. The Psyche Is Not a Machine. In 1637, René Descartes published a small essay called Discourse on the Method. In it he proposed something that seemed obvious at the time and has shaped Western civilization ever since: that the material world, including the human body, operates according to mechanical laws. The body is a kind of clock, intricate, beautiful, but governed entirely by the physics of its parts. The mind, for Descartes, was different. The mind was the ghost in the machine, a separate substance entirely, linked to the body through the pineal gland in some way he could not fully explain. But this distinction, meant to preserve the uniqueness of consciousness, ended up creating a problem that philosophy has never fully resolved: the mind-body problem. If they are different substances, how do they interact? And if they interact, what exactly is the mind? For 300 years after Descartes, the tendency of materialist science has been to push the ghost out of the machine entirely. The mind, in the dominant modern view, is what the brain does. Consciousness is an emergent property of neural complexity. The inner life is real as experience, but it reduces ultimately to chemistry. Jung was not a dualist in the Cartesian sense, but he was profoundly resistant to the reductionist conclusion. He had watched too many patients whose suffering could not be explained by brain chemistry alone. He had catalogued too many symbols that appeared identically across cultures that could not have influenced each other. He had recorded too many dreams whose imagery anticipated events the dreamer could not have known. He was not claiming the supernatural. He was claiming the not yet explained. And he believed that prematurely closing down inquiry, declaring that everything mental reduces to something physical, was a philosophical decision masquerading as a scientific conclusion. The philosopher John Searle, a rigorous materialist who nonetheless took consciousness seriously as a philosophical problem, put it this way in Minds, Brains and Science in 1984: "The mind is real, consciousness is real, and any adequate account of reality must include them as genuine features of the world, not as convenient fictions." Searle was not a Jungian. He was a hard-nosed, analytic philosopher, but his insistence that the reality of inner experience could not be simply waved away by noting that it has neural correlates is an important one. Having a neural correlate does not explain consciousness. It locates it, and location is not explanation. The ancient philosophers, who had no knowledge of neuroscience, were nonetheless pointing at the same territory. The inner life is real, it has its own laws, and those laws cannot be fully read by any method that starts from the assumption that there is nothing to study beyond what is externally measurable. Let your jaw soften. Let your breath find its own depth. Aristotle had anticipated this. In De Anima, he refused to separate the soul entirely from the body. The soul is the form of the body, he said, not a thing contained within it. But he also refused to reduce it. The intellectual soul, nous, is something different in kind from matter. It cannot be adequately described in physical terms alone. What is remarkable about this position, 23 centuries old, is how well it holds up. Contemporary philosophy of mind is still wrestling with the hard problem of consciousness. The question of why there is something it is like to be us, why subjective experience exists at all, why we are not simply very complicated information processing systems with no interior. Nobody has answered this question. Not Descartes, not Freud, not neuroscience. The fact of conscious experience, the redness of red, the ache of longing, the quality of this particular silence, remains genuinely mysterious. Jung's response to that mystery was not to solve it, but to inhabit it. He said, "The psyche is real. Whatever its ultimate nature, the inner life has its own laws, its own structure, its own dynamics." To study psychology is not to study brain states. It is to study the patterns and principles of mind itself. The psyche is not a machine. It is something older, something more complex, something that the ancient philosophers glimpsed before we had the vocabulary to miss it. Chapter 9. Why Meaning Heals. Viktor Frankl survived Auschwitz. He was a psychiatrist from Vienna who had already been working on a theory of meaning-centered therapy before the camps. The war tested the theory in conditions no laboratory could replicate. What he observed in the years between 1942 and 1945 inches, Auschwitz and Dachau, was that the prisoners who survived longest were not necessarily the strongest, or the youngest, or the healthiest. They were often the ones who had found some reason to endure, a person to return to, a task to complete, a truth to bear witness to, something that gave the suffering a context, not a justification, but a context. Frankl wrote about this in Man's Search for Meaning, published in 1946. He quoted Nietzsche, who had written in Twilight of the Idols that he who has a why to live can bear almost anyhow. And he offered that insight as the foundation of what he called logotherapy, therapy centered not on symptom reduction, but on the discovery of meaning. Jung read Frankl. They were contemporaries, colleagues in a broad sense, and they agreed on this, that meaning is not incidental to psychological health, it is structural. If a person cannot answer the question, "What is this for?" not philosophically, but existentially, in the body, in the gut, they cannot fully heal. They can be stabilized. They can be medicated, they can be taught coping skills, but something in them remains adrift. Nothing you hear tonight asks you to be anything other than still. The ancient Stoics had understood this through their concept of telos, the end, the purpose. Aristotle had built his entire ethics around eudaimonia, sometimes translated as happiness, but more accurately as flourishing, or living in accordance with one's nature. The question for Aristotle was not how to avoid suffering, but how to live well in the face of it. And living well required orientation, a sense of what you were for. Marcus Aurelius returned to this in the Meditations, written to himself in a tent at the edge of the Roman Empire in 170 AD. He wrote that a person must know what kind of person they are trying to be and must return to that knowledge daily, not because the answer is fixed, but because without it, the mind has no north. It drifts. It accumulates anxieties that have no resolution because they have no context. The contemporary psychologist Martin Seligman, developing positive psychology in the 1990s, found something similar in his research. The element of psychological well-being he called meaning, belonging to and serving something you believe is bigger than yourself, was one of the strongest predictors of resilience. More predictive than pleasure. More predictive than achievement alone. Frankl had said this in 1946. Aristotle had said it in 330 BCE. The research kept confirming what the philosophers and the clinician had already observed from direct encounter with human suffering. The psychologist Robert Emmons, studying the effects of gratitude and meaning-making on well-being in the 1990s and 2000s, found that people who articulated their lives in terms of sacred or ultimate concerns, regardless of specific religious content, showed greater resilience, better physical health outcomes, and more stable psychological functioning than those who did not. The content of the meaning mattered less than its presence. The person who had something they considered genuinely ultimate, something worth organizing a life around, was constitutionally more resilient than the person who had only preferences. Frankl would have recognized this finding immediately. Jung would have connected it to the religious function of the psyche, the deep human need for something that functions as an ultimate concern, whether it is a traditional religious framework or a secular equivalent. The psyche, it seems, requires a north, not a specific north, but a north, meaning heals not because it removes pain, but because it gives pain a place to belong, and something with a place is less frightening than something that floats. You know this, you have lived both sides of it. Chapter 10, Anxiety as a Spiritual Signal. There is a building in Copenhagen. It stood in the 1840s on a cobblestone street not far from the harbour. Inside that building, a man named Søren Kierkegaard sat at his desk and wrote at extraordinary speed under various pseudonyms in the middle of the night. He slept badly. He walked the city for hours in the evenings, speaking to everyone he met, cab drivers, shopkeepers, prostitutes, with equal philosophical curiosity. He was considered eccentric. He considered himself essential. In 1844, he published The Concept of Anxiety. It is one of the strangest and most important books ever written about the experience of anxiety. Kierkegaard did not treat anxiety as a malfunction of the nervous system. He treated it as a feature of human existence, one that arises precisely because human beings are free. We can choose. We must choose. And freedom, genuinely confronted, produces vertigo. He called anxiety the dizziness of freedom. Not a symptom to be eliminated, a signal to be understood. The signal says, you are standing at the edge of possibility. You could become different. That terrifies you. And the terror is proportional to how much freedom you actually have, and how much of it you are refusing to claim. Jung read Kierkegaard carefully. He agreed with the basic framework, that anxiety is not simply biological noise, it is the psyche's way of indicating that something real is at stake. Something is being avoided. Something wants to emerge, and the emergence is both desired and feared. Let your body rest. Feel the stillness in the room. The Stoics approached anxiety differently, but arrived at a related insight. Epictetus observed that anxiety arises from confusion about what is and is not in our power. We fear things we cannot control: illness, loss, the opinions of others, and in fearing them, we give them a kind of authority over our inner life that they do not merit and that we could revoke. This is not the same as Kierkegaard's observation, but it is compatible with it. Kierkegaard is describing the anxiety of possibility. What might happen if I fully lived? Epictetus is describing the anxiety of contingency. What might happen despite me? Both are real. Both require a response that goes deeper than technique. The modern anxiety toolkit, breathing exercises, progressive relaxation, cognitive restructuring, exposure therapy, is genuinely useful. It is also, as Jung would have pointed out, addressed primarily to the symptom. It quiets the signal. It does not ask what the signal means. Rollo May, the American existential psychologist who trained with both Jung's circle and the European existentialists, wrote extensively about this distinction in The Meaning of Anxiety, first published in 1950 and revised in 1977. He argued that the prevailing psychological treatment of anxiety as a disorder to be eliminated was missing something essential. Anxiety is the experience of the self confronting the conditions of its own existence. It is not a disease state. It is a response to genuine threats, not always the specific threats the anxious person identifies, but real threats nonetheless. Threats to being itself. The threat of meaninglessness, of isolation, of death, of freedom misused. May was heavily influenced by Kierkegaard, and his argument is compatible with Jung's, that the anxiety which cannot be quieted by reassurance is often the anxiety that is pointing to something real, something that requires not sedation but honest engagement. The person who has quieted their anxiety through technique and has never asked what it was pointing to has gained comfort at the cost of self-knowledge. And self-knowledge, as Socrates insisted, and every depth psychological tradition has confirmed, is not optional. It is the condition of every other kind of reliable knowing. For some people, that is enough. The anxiety was noise, and quieting it was the right response. But for others, and Jung spent his career with these others, the anxiety is information. It is pointing somewhere. It is saying, there is something in your life that is unexamined, something unchosen, something avoided. Quieting the signal without reading it leaves the underlying condition untouched. This is what James Hillman, the Jungian analyst, who became one of the most provocative psychological thinkers of the latter 20th century, argued in his concept of revisioning psychology. He believed that the goal of modern therapy had been set too low, to return the person to functioning. But functioning at what? Functioning within the same system, the same persona, the same set of assumptions that had produced the suffering in the first place. Hillman wanted a psychology that asked a harder question. What would this person's inner life look like if it were actually alive? The ancient philosophical schools were not primarily concerned with eliminating dysfunction. They were concerned with the cultivation of something, virtue, wisdom, genuine understanding, the examined life. The bar was higher, and the tools, necessarily, were different. Let your shoulders drop. The ideas will find their own resting places. Kierkegaard went further. He believed that anxiety, fully faced and not fled from, could produce what he called a deeper self. The person who has stood in the dizziness of freedom and not looked away has access to something the anxious and avoidant person does not: the experience of themselves as genuinely capable of choice. That experience is not comfortable, it is not calming, but it is, in the deepest sense, healing. Chapter 11. The Stoics knew the inner war. Marcus Aurelius was the most powerful man on earth. He commanded legions, administered an empire that stretched from Scotland to Mesopotamia, dispensed life and death by decree, and he could not sleep. Not because of external threat, though those were real enough. The Danube frontier was under pressure. Plague was moving through the empire. His co-emperor was dying. He could not sleep because of the inner war. He wrote about it in the Meditations, the private journal that was never meant for publication, that was found after his death in 180 AD and has been read ever since. Entry after entry returns to the same struggle: the gap between what he knew he should think and feel and what he actually thought and felt. The anger that rose when he was contradicted. The vanity that pulsed when he was praised. The fatigue of goodness. The subtle pull of despair. He was a Stoic. He believed in the dichotomy of control, in rational virtue, in the reduction of passion through philosophical discipline. And he kept failing at it, kept needing to remind himself of things he knew, kept writing down the same principles as though he had forgotten them overnight. This is not weakness, it is honesty. And it is the most enduring thing about the Meditations that the most philosophically educated ruler in Roman history found the inner war impossible to conclude. It could only be waged day by day. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. The night holds you. Jung would have recognized Marcus immediately. He had a clinical name for the dynamic, the tension between the ego, the conscious self, the self we present and believe ourselves to be, and the shadow, the content we have repressed, denied, or refused to acknowledge. The shadow does not disappear when we refuse to acknowledge it. It goes underground. It works from beneath. It surfaces in the anger we did not think we felt, the envy we insisted we did not have, the fatigue that arrives without obvious cause. Marcus Aurelius was fighting his shadow every morning in his tent. He did not have Jung's vocabulary, but he had the same fight. The Stoics understood that virtue is not a natural state. It is an achievement and a daily one. Seneca wrote to his friend Lucilius in the collection of letters now known as the Letters from a Stoic that he examined his conduct each evening not to punish himself, to understand, to see where he had been pulled off course by passion or habit or fear, and to return. This practice of the evening review is not far from what Jung called active imagination, the deliberate turning of attention toward the contents of the unconscious, not to control them, but to encounter them, to hold a conversation with what is operating in you without your consent. The inner war cannot be won, neither for Marcus nor for Jung's patients, but it can be waged with intelligence. And the ancient philosophers were cartographers of that war long before psychology had a name. Epictetus, who had spent his early years enslaved in Rome before gaining his freedom and establishing his school in Nicopolis around 108 AD, understood the inner war differently from Marcus. For Epictetus, the war was not primarily between the rational self and the passions. It was between the self that knows it is free and the self that keeps behaving as though it is not. He had lived the outer version of this, a man in chains who was inwardly freer than most of his enslavers. The chains were real, so was the freedom. Both were simultaneously true. This paradox, that genuine inner freedom is compatible with, and perhaps only fully discovered within, external constraint, appears in spiritual traditions across the ancient world. The monastic cell, the philosophical cell of Socrates in prison, the Stoic sage in the body's illness. The inner life is not a byproduct of favorable circumstances. It is the practice of orientation in whatever circumstances actually exist. Chapter 12. Plato and the Divided Soul. There is a dialogue Plato wrote called Phaedrus. It contains one of the most vivid images in all of ancient philosophy, the soul as a charioteer driving two winged horses. One horse is noble, white, well-bred, responsive to reason, pulling upward toward the divine. The other is dark, unruly, powerful, driven by appetite and desire, pulling downward toward the earth. The charioteer, reason, must manage both, not destroy the dark horse, not let it run free, manage it, direct its energy. The soul that handles this well rises toward the true, the beautiful, the good. The soul that cannot hold the horses falls back to earth and must begin again. This is not a moral allegory in the crude sense. It is a psychological description. Plato was saying, the inner life is not unified. It is a struggle between forces that have different natures, different directions, different kinds of power. The work of a life is the management of that tension, not its resolution, because the tension is constitutive of being human. Freud read Plato and recognized something. His tripartite structure of id, ego, and superego is a modernization of Plato's image, the id corresponding roughly to the dark horse, the superego to the white one, the ego to the charioteer trying to manage both. Jung read Plato differently. He was less interested in the moral hierarchy, the white horse as good, the dark horse as bad, and more interested in the fact of division itself. The psyche is not one thing, it is many things, in dynamic tension, and health is not the elimination of the dark, but the integration of all the forces into a more complex, more honest whole. He found confirmation for this in the medieval alchemists, who wrote of the coincidentia oppositorum, the coincidence of opposites, as the central mystery of their art. The gold produced by the alchemical work was not the elimination of lead, it was the transformation of lead. The darkness was not expelled, it was transmuted. The energy that had been locked in the dark horse, in shame, in rage, in the unlived life, became, through the long work of confrontation and integration, the most generative energy available. Notice your breath. Let your eyes be still. He called this process individuation, the gradual movement toward psychological wholeness, in which the persona, the mask worn for the world, is recognized as partial. And the shadow, what was refused, is acknowledged and integrated, and the deeper self emerges as something larger than either. It is a slow process, it is not a technique. And it almost never happens before midlife, because the first half of life is necessarily spent building the persona, establishing identity, acquiring competence. The integration work begins only when the persona's limits become apparent, when success does not satisfy, when the achievement arrives and leaves the interior unchanged. Plato's charioteer only matters when the dark horse begins pulling hard. Before that, the image has no urgency. But when the dark horse pulls, when what you have refused in yourself becomes powerful enough to disrupt the trajectory you had planned, Plato's dialogue becomes a map. And Jung's clinic became, for the people who arrived there in middle age, with all the outer markers of a successful life and a private experience of collapse, the place where the map was finally read. Chapter 13, Myth Before Diagnosis. Before there were hospitals, there were stories, not as inferior substitutes, not as primitive first attempts at what medicine would eventually perfect, but as genuinely effective technologies for something medicine, in its current form, does not attempt the placement of suffering within a larger narrative that makes it bearable and meaningful. Joseph Campbell, the American mythologist who died in 1987, spent his career tracking a single pattern across the world's mythologies. He called it the monomyth, the hero's journey, the structure that appears with remarkable consistency in stories from cultures that had no contact with one another. The Greek myth of Odysseus, the Sumerian descent of Inanna, the Norse myth of Odin hanging on the world tree, the Arthurian Grail quest, the Polynesian stories of Maui fishing up islands. In all of them, a departure from the ordinary world, a descent into difficulty, danger, the unknown, a transformation through encounter with something larger than the self, a return, changed. Jung identified the same pattern, not in myths, but in the psychic lives of his patients. He called it the individuation process. The structure was identical. The departure, the crisis that dislodges the person from their ordinary life. The descent, the encounter with the shadow, the unconscious, the difficult interior material. The transformation, the emergence of a more integrated self. The return, re-engagement with ordinary life from a different position. The myths were not describing outer events. They were describing inner ones. The dragon is not an animal. It is the unconquered shadow. The hero is not an exceptional individual. It is the ego's encounter with its own depths. Let your body sink a little. The night is holding you. The ancient Greeks understood illness as a narrative event, not simply a malfunction of the body, but a disruption of the relationship between the individual and the larger order, natural, divine, social. Healing required restoring that relationship, not just repairing the broken part. The physician and the priest worked in the same direction, because the body and the soul were not, for the Greek mind, fully separable. When the Enlightenment separated them, when Descartes divided the world into res extensa matter and res cogitans mind, it made possible the extraordinary project of modern medicine. But it also made it possible to treat a person as a body with problems rather than as a life with meaning. Jung's great argument was that myth restores what the medical model leaves out, not by providing false comfort, by providing the oldest and most reliable human technology for metabolizing suffering, the story that says, "You are not the first person to have been here. Others have descended into this place. They found something at the bottom, and they came back." This is what myth does. This is what the ancient world knew that the modern world keeps relearning and keeps forgetting. That a story large enough to hold your suffering is itself a form of healing. There is a woman in the mythology of ancient Greece named Psyche. She is mortal, extraordinarily beautiful, and she is given by the god Eros a task she cannot see the end of. She must sort an enormous pile of seeds by nightfall. She must fill a golden vessel from a dangerous river. She must descend into the underworld and return. She fails at each task alone. She receives help from ants, from a reed, from an eagle. The help comes from unexpected places. And at the end of the labor, she is transformed, no longer merely beautiful, but wise, no longer simply mortal, but changed by encounter with what was most difficult and most unknown in herself. Apuleius recorded this story in the 2nd century AD. But the structure is older than that. The same structure appears in the Sumerian myth of Inanna, who descends through 7 gates, surrendering something at each: her crown, her necklace, her breastplate, her ring, her robe, until she arrives in the underworld naked and is killed. And then, after 3 days, is restored. What the ancient mythmakers understood, and what Jung recovered, is that the self cannot arrive at its fuller form without passing through loss. Not partial loss, real loss. The surrendering of what felt essential. The descent into what feels like death. And the return, if the return comes, transformed. Modern psychology is cautious about this framing. It does not want to romanticize suffering. Jung did not romanticize it either. But he did believe it was meaningful. And that belief, that this difficulty is not random noise, not simply damage to be repaired, but a passage with a structure and a potential destination, is, for some people, the most healing thing they will ever be told. Chapter 14. The Ancient Language of Symbols. A serpent coils around a staff. You have seen this image. It hangs outside pharmacies. It marks ambulances. It appears in medical institutions around the world. It is the caduceus, or more accurately, since the caduceus belongs to Hermes, it is the rod of Asclepios, the Greek god of healing. The ancient Greeks used a serpent to represent medicine. To the modern eye, this is puzzling. Serpents are dangerous. Their bite is often lethal. Why would the symbol of healing be a deadly animal? Because the ancient world understood symbols differently. The serpent is not one thing in the Greek imagination. It is many things simultaneously. It sheds its skin and is renewed, symbol of transformation. It moves between the underworld and the surface, symbol of access to hidden knowledge. Its venom kills and heals. The same substance in different doses is both poison and medicine. This is not superstition. This is a sophisticated understanding of the nature of symbols, that they hold multiple meanings, that they point toward truths that cannot be captured in single literal statements, that they work on the imagination in ways that discursive reasoning cannot. Jung spent decades studying symbols and their recurrence across cultures. He found that certain symbols, the mandala, the cross, the serpent, the tree, the Great Mother, the old wise man, appeared in the dreams of patients who had no cultural knowledge of their mythological significance. A German housewife in Zurich in 1930 would dream of an image that matched precisely an image from an Egyptian papyrus she had never seen. He called these symbols archetypal, arising from the deepest layer of the unconscious, which he called the collective unconscious. They were not personal memories. They were humanity's shared symbolic vocabulary, alive in the psyche whether or not the waking mind had any access to it. Feel the stillness around you. You do not need to understand everything you hear tonight. The ancient philosophers treated symbols with similar seriousness. For Plato, visible things in the world are shadows of invisible forms. The particular table points toward the form of table, which is more real than any particular example. The visible world is itself a symbol system pointing toward what is ultimately real. This is a long way from modern psychology's preferred approach, which tends to treat symbols as epiphenomena, decorative clothing over a content that can be stated clearly in literal terms. The dream of flying means anxiety about freedom. The dream of falling means fear of failure. The symbol is decoded, the literal meaning extracted, the symbol discarded. Jung thought this was exactly wrong. The symbol is not a disguise for a literal meaning. It is the best possible expression of something that cannot be expressed literally because the thing it is pointing toward has not yet been fully articulated in conscious thought. The symbol leads, the interpretation follows. And when we stop attending to symbols, when we lose the language that images speak, we lose access to a dimension of inner life that cannot be replaced by any other means. The art historian Ernst Gombrich, writing in Art and Illusion in 1960, observed that visual perception is never passive reception. It is active interpretation. We do not simply receive the image, we bring our entire accumulated visual experience to it. and the image is completed in the meeting between the object and the perceiving mind. The same image means something different to a person who has spent years attending to images and a person who has not. The symbolic eye develops through practice, through exposure, through the willingness to spend time with imagery whose meaning is not immediately transparent. This is what the ancient traditions understood about the education of attention. The student who spent years studying in the academy, surrounded by Platonic imagery and philosophical discourse, developed a way of seeing that was not available to someone who had not made that investment. The Jesuit novice who spent 30 days in Ignatius of Loyola's spiritual exercises developed an imaginative capacity for encountering inner imagery that the ordinary educated person did not possess. The symbol speaks more clearly to the person who has learned its language. And that language, like all languages, requires time and attention to learn. Chapter 15. Modern Therapy Without Myth. There is a kind of therapy that works well for specific, bounded problems. A fear of flying, a pattern of intrusive thoughts, a conditioned response to a particular kind of trigger. Cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure therapy, and their derivatives address these kinds of problems with genuine effectiveness. The research supports them. The outcomes are measurable. The timelines are defined. Jung would not have argued against any of this. He was not a romantic who believed that ancient wisdom always trumps modern technique. He was a clinician who believed that the appropriate tool depended on the problem being treated. But he worried. And his worry has become more relevant, not less in the decades since his death, about the shape of problems that modern therapy is least equipped to address. The diffuse emptiness of the person who has achieved everything and feels nothing. The midlife crisis that is not a crisis of circumstance, but of meaning. The free-floating anxiety that does not attach to any specific object. The sense that one's life, however objectively successful, belongs to someone else. These are not problems of incorrect thinking. They are problems of disconnection from the deeper layers of the self, from a sense of purpose that transcends daily function, from the symbolic life that the ancient world nourished with myth, ritual, story, and the slow accumulation of philosophical wisdom. Let your shoulders drop. The ideas will continue without you needing to grip them. The philosopher Charles Taylor, writing in Sources of the Self in 1989, argued that the modern identity suffers from a specific kind of fragmentation. Pre-modern cultures embedded the individual in a framework of meaning, religious, cosmological, social, that they did not choose, but that provided a context in which individual experience made sense. Modernity has replaced that framework with individual autonomy. We choose our frameworks. We construct our meaning. We are free to define ourselves. This freedom is genuine and valuable. It is also vertiginous, because the choosing self, standing in front of an infinite menu of meanings, often finds that nothing on the menu quite fills the space that the unchosen framework once occupied. Taylor calls this the malaise of modernity. Jung called it the loss of soul. Kierkegaard had called it despair, the failure to become a self, not because nothing is available, but because everything is available and nothing feels necessary. The therapy that addresses this problem cannot be the same therapy that addresses a phobia. It requires what James Hillman, Jung's most ambitious successor, called soul-making, the cultivation of the inner life through story, image, reflection, the patient cultivation of a relationship with the depths of one's own psyche. This is not quick. It is not covered by insurance. And it was standard operating procedure in every wisdom tradition the ancient world produced. We have inherited the efficiency and lost the depth. The sociologist Max Weber, writing in The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism in 1905, described the progressive disenchantment of the Western world, the gradual removal of magic, spirit, and sacred meaning from the domains that had once contained them. He was not lamenting this entirely. Disenchantment enabled rationalization, which enabled science, which enabled the vast material improvements in human welfare that the modern world has produced. The trade was real, and its benefits were real. But Weber was also honest about the cost. The iron cage, his image for the rationalized, disenchanted, bureaucratic world of industrial capitalism, is not a comfortable place for creatures who were, for most of their evolutionary history, embedded in a cosmos alive with meaning. The efficiency is genuine. The depth that was traded for it has not been replaced. It has simply been declared no longer necessary. And the people living inside the iron cage, as Jung observed in his consulting room, keep discovering that it was necessary after all. We have inherited the efficiency and lost the depth. Chapter 16. Why the unconscious speaks in images. You are in a room. The room is familiar but wrong. The windows are in the wrong place. The ceiling is lower than it should be. There is someone in the room you cannot see clearly, but whose presence is unmistakable. You need to get out, but the door keeps moving. You wake up, you have forgotten most of it already. But the feeling stays. Jung spent decades asking, why does the unconscious speak this way? Why not clearly, directly, in the language of waking thought? If the unconscious has something to say to the conscious mind, why not say it plainly? His answer, because what the unconscious wants to communicate cannot be stated plainly, not because it is being deliberately obscure, but because the content is not yet fully formed. It exists in the unconscious in a state of potential, not as a clear thought, but as a charged pattern, an emotional complex, a knot of meaning that has not yet been fully experienced. The image is the best possible expression of this content, not a metaphor for something that could be stated more accurately in words. The image is the primary form. The words, if they come, are always approximate. If your mind has drifted, come back gently. We are still here. The ancient world took this seriously in at least two traditions. The first is the dream interpretation tradition that runs from ancient Egypt through ancient Greece and into the Hellenistic world. Dream interpreters, unairokritoi in Greek, were sophisticated professionals who treated dreams as communications requiring skilled interpretation. Artemidorus of Daldis, writing in the 2nd century AD, produced a 5-volume treatise on dream interpretation that was the standard text in the field for over 1,000 years. He was not a credulous believer in divine messages. He was a careful observer who noted that dreams frequently used the same imagery across individuals and cultures, that the imagery was governed by discernible principles, and that attention to it could illuminate what was happening beneath the dreamer's waking awareness. The second tradition is the prophetic visionary tradition. The oracles, the sibyls, the shamanic practices of cultures across the ancient world that cultivated systematic relationships with the image-producing capacities of the mind. These were not irrational. They were based on the observation that altered states, sleep, trance, fever, fasting, reliably produced imagery that carried meaning. The question was not whether the imagery was real, but how to read it. Jung brought both traditions into the clinic. He asked patients not just to report their dreams, but to engage with them through a technique he called active imagination, the deliberate continuation of a dream image in a waking, reflective state. You see the figure from your dream. You speak to it. You wait for it to respond. You write down the exchange. This sounds strange from a 21st century vantage point. It sounded strange in Zurich in 1920, but the results for many of his patients were remarkable. Contents that had been producing symptoms without any available context suddenly became visible. Once visible, they became workable. The image was not decoration. It was the message. The psychoanalyst Christopher Bolus, working in London in the latter decades of the 20th century, developed a concept he called the unthought known. Content that the person carries in their body, their patterns of behavior, their characteristic ways of responding to the world that has not yet been given the form of conscious thought. The unthought known is real and active. It shapes behavior. It produces symptoms. It influences choices. But it has not been thought in the sense of consciously articulated, because it was laid down before thought was possible, in early infancy, in the pre-verbal, pre-symbolic period of development. The unconscious speaks in images, Bolus suggested, precisely because images are closer to the unthought known than language is. The image bypasses the verbal conceptual apparatus and reaches directly into the layer where the unthought known lives. This is why a particular photograph can produce grief that seems disproportionate to its content. Why a specific smell can return a person in an instant to an emotional state decades old. Why a dream image can produce a morning's worth of feeling whose source the dreamer cannot identify. The ancient dream interpreters were attending to this layer without the vocabulary to name it. Jung named it. And the naming has not diminished the mystery. The image still speaks its own language. And that language still requires listening, not translation. Chapter 17, Mental Health Beyond Behavior. There is a man in a clinic in Basel in 1908. He sits quietly, he follows instructions, he does not cause trouble, he eats when food is brought, He sleeps when told to sleep. By every behavioral measure, he is compliant and manageable. But he has not spoken in 2 years. His name does not appear in the historical record. Jung protected his patients' identities, but the case appears in Jung's clinical notes from his time at the Burgholzli Psychiatric Hospital. Jung sat with him, not to treat him in any active sense, to sit, to be present, to wait. After many weeks, the man began to speak, not at first to Jung, to himself, in a low voice, barely audible. He was describing a landscape, mountains, a village, a particular road he remembered, a person he had left behind. He was not speaking to communicate, he was speaking to remember. Jung wrote that he felt in those moments that the man had not lost his mind. He had lost his connection to it. The inner life was there. It was not reaching the surface in any form that the ward's behavioral measures could detect. Hippocrates, writing in the 5th century BCE on the sacred disease, what we would now call epilepsy, argued against the popular view that it was caused by divine intervention. He was not wrong to do so. His naturalistic approach was a genuine advance. But in insisting that the disease had a physical cause, he began a tradition that would eventually exclude the entire question of what the experience meant to the person having it. The epileptic seizure became a neurological event to be explained and managed. It was no longer a communication to be interpreted. What was gained was accurate mechanism. What was lost was the person inside the mechanism. Modern psychiatry has made enormous advances in treating the acute psychoses, the severe mood disorders, the disorders of thought that prevent basic functioning. These advances have saved lives. Antipsychotic medication alone has freed hundreds of thousands of people from states that would otherwise have been permanent and terrifying. But the measure of psychiatric success has remained largely behavioral. Is the patient functional? Can they perform daily activities? Have the acute symptoms remitted? These are not wrong questions. They are necessary ones. Let your body be still. Feel the quiet weight of the room. Jung's question was different. What is the quality of a person's inner life? Are they in relationship with their own depths? Do they have a sense of meaning? Do they dream? Do they have images? Do they have a sense of who they are beneath the roles they perform? These questions have no place in the DSM. They are not measurable in any clinical trial. But they are the questions that determine whether a person is, in any meaningful sense, psychologically alive. William James argued that the most important question psychology could ask was not how to treat disorder, but how to understand the full range of human consciousness, the mystical states, the creative states, the states of deep absorption and profound insight that form the peaks of human experience. His work, The Varieties of Religious Experience, published in 1902, catalogued these states not as pathology but as data, evidence of what the human psyche is capable of at its fullest extent. Mental health, for James, was not the absence of disorder. It was the presence of aliveness, the capacity for genuine experience, for wonder, for connection, for the kind of engagement with life that makes it feel worth living. Jung built his clinic on this principle, and the ancient world built its entire philosophical and religious tradition on it. Eudaimonia, Aristotle's word, was not the absence of suffering. It was the fullest possible expression of human nature in action. That is a very different goal than symptom remission, and it requires a very different kind of attention. Chapter 18. Aristotle and Human Flourishing. Aristotle was 20 years old when he arrived at Plato's academy in Athens in 367 BCE. He stayed for 20 years. He learned everything. And then he left, not because he had stopped thinking, but because he disagreed with his teacher on matters of fundamental importance. Where Plato believed that the true forms, the perfect templates of all things, existed in a separate ideal realm, Aristotle believed they existed in the things themselves. Form and matter are not separate realities. They are inseparable aspects of the same reality. The form of an oak tree is not somewhere else. It is in this oak tree, in this wood, in this particular manifestation of oakness in the world. This shift sounds abstract. Its consequences were enormous. Because if form is in the thing itself, if the soul is the form of the body, not a separate substance imprisoned in matter, then the study of the soul cannot be separated from the study of living things in their actual, particular, embodied existence. The psychologist, for Aristotle, is also a biologist, an ethicist, a political philosopher. The human being is not an isolated mind. It is a creature with a nature, embedded in relationships, embedded in a polis, embedded in a cosmos. This embeddedness is the context in which eudaimonia is either possible or not. A person cannot flourish in isolation. A person cannot flourish against their nature, and their nature includes the need for meaningful activity, for deep friendship, for participation in a community larger than the self, for the exercise of reason and the cultivation of virtue. Feel the weight of your head on the pillow. The ideas are carrying themselves. You only need to listen. Contemporary psychology has rediscovered this in multiple streams. Attachment theory, developed by John Bowlby in the 1960s and 1970s, demonstrated that the human need for secure connection is not secondary to the need for individual autonomy. It is primary. The securely attached person is better equipped for independence, not less. The need for relationship is not a weakness to be overcome. It is a fundamental feature of human nature. Positive psychology, developed by Martin Seligman in the 1990s, converged on a model of flourishing that looks remarkably Aristotelian. Positive emotion, engagement, relationships, meaning, and accomplishment. Not pleasure alone, not achievement alone. The full range of what a human life requires to feel from the inside like a life worth living. Aristotle had described these dimensions in the Nicomachean Ethics, written in Athens in approximately 330 BCE for an audience of young men learning how to live. He was not writing therapy. He was writing philosophy of life. But the content, the emphasis on virtue as habit, on friendship as constitutive of the good life, on meaningful activity as the foundation of happiness, maps directly onto what contemporary research on well-being keeps rediscovering. Aristotle devoted 2 of the 10 books of the Nicomachean Ethics to the question of friendship, not as a pleasant addition to the good life, but as a constitutive element of it. Genuine friendship, what he called philia at its highest level, is not the friendship of utility or pleasure, but the friendship of virtue. It is the relationship in which 2 people who are genuinely trying to live well encounter each other and find in the encounter both a mirror for their own development and a companion in the work. This kind of friendship is rare. Aristotle knew this. It requires 2 people who are both independently engaged in the project of self-development, who are not simply pleasant company or useful allies, but genuine co-inquirers. And it takes time. You cannot have many such friendships. A few, perhaps. But even one, he believed, was transformative. Jung would have read Aristotle as a clinician reads a textbook, not for the argument, for the clinical observations. Aristotle had spent a lifetime watching human beings and asking what conditions allowed them to flourish. The answer he arrived at was not so different from what Jung found in his consulting room 2 millennia later. Chapter 19. The Shadow Modernity Denied. There is a particular form of cultural self-deception that Jung found more dangerous than any individual neurosis. He called it the modern myth of progress, the belief that civilization was moving reliably and unidirectionally from darkness toward light, from irrationality toward reason, from primitive superstition toward enlightened science. He wrote about this in The Undiscovered Self, published in 1957. He was not arguing against science or reason. He was arguing against the shadow they cast. Every advance in rational, scientific civilization had its underside. The very qualities that modern culture celebrated, productivity, efficiency, individualism, technological mastery, required the suppression of other qualities: slowness, contemplation, community, acceptance of what cannot be controlled. What was suppressed did not disappear, it accumulated. And when it erupted, as it had erupted twice in the first half of the 20th century, in wars of unprecedented scale, the rational, progressive civilization could not explain itself. How could the nation of Kant, Schiller, and Beethoven become the nation of Auschwitz? The rational mind had no adequate answer. The answer required an understanding of the shadow, the collective shadow of a culture that had declared itself enlightened and refused to examine what it had refused. Let your jaw soften, the room is quiet. This is not a comfortable idea. It implicates everyone. The shadow is not only out there, in the worst people and the worst regimes, It is in the ordinary person who has never examined the difference between who they believe themselves to be and who they actually are in moments of stress, fear, or threat. The distance between those two things is the shadow's territory. The Stoics understood something about this in their concept of the sage, the fully virtuous person, as an ideal that no actual human being ever fully achieved. Marcus Aurelius wrote his Meditations because he kept failing to be the Stoic sage he knew he should be. His shadow kept asserting itself. His anger, his vanity, his exhaustion, his private opinions about the people he was required to treat with benevolent impartiality. The daily practice of philosophy, for the Stoics, was precisely the practice of confronting the shadow and returning to the ideal, not eliminating the shadow, returning from it daily to what the rational faculty knew was better. Jung's insight about the limits of pure reason was also visible in his reading of the pre-Socratic philosophers. Heraclitus of Ephesus, writing fragments in the late 6th century BCE, described the logos, the rational principle that runs through all things, as something that most people live in opposition to, even though it governs their inner life. They dream their private dreams and act from their particular opinions, Heraclitus wrote. While the logos is common and shared, the confusion is not in the logos. It is in the sleepwalking self that mistakes its private view for the whole of reality. The Stoics inherited this concept of the logos and built their cosmology around it. The logos was the divine reason that governed the universe, and the human logos, the capacity for rational thought, was a fragment of this larger principle. To live according to the logos was to align the individual rational soul with the rational structure of the cosmos. This was not a metaphor. It was a description of what they believed psychological health looked like at its deepest level. Jung went further. He believed the shadow, properly engaged, was not only an obstacle, but a resource. The qualities suppressed by the persona are often the most vital ones. The capacity for anger that becomes properly channeled, the capacity to set limits and defend what matters, the capacity for darkness that becomes properly worked, the capacity for depth and compassion, the wild energy that becomes properly directed, the fuel for genuine creativity. Denial of the shadow does not produce goodness. It produces a goodness that is brittle, performative, and secretly exhausted. The person who has never confronted their shadow is not safer than the person who has. They are simply less aware of where the danger lives. Robert Bly, the American poet who became one of the more unexpected interpreters of Jungian psychology in the late 20th century, described the shadow as a long bag we drag behind us. Everything we put in as a child because it was not acceptable. Everything we continue to put in as adults because the persona requires it. The bag gets heavier as the years pass, and the energy required to keep dragging it, to keep managing the gap between what we present and what we actually are, is the energy that is not available for genuine living. Bly's image is not clinical, but it is precise, and it points towards something that both Jungian analysis and the ancient philosophical practice of self-examination consistently find The person who begins to stop managing the gap, who begins to let what is actually inside become visible, even initially only to themselves, does not become less controlled, they become more free. The management of the shadow costs more than the shadow itself. Chapter 20. The inner critic before Freud. There is a voice that arrives when you are trying to sleep. You know this voice. It is not another person's voice, though it often sounds like one. It is your own voice turned against you, reviewing the day, reviewing the year, reviewing choices made and not made, words said poorly, opportunities missed, the gap between what you are and what you believed you would be by this point. Freud named part of this structure the superego, the internalized voice of authority, originally parental, later cultural, that sits in judgment on the ego's performance and issues its verdicts in the small hours. But the inner critic was known long before Freud gave it this name. Seneca practiced his evening review, examining his conduct not to punish himself, but to understand it, to see where he had been pulled off his intended course, and to plan a more deliberate return. He wrote in the letters to Lucilius, "When the light has been removed and my spouse has fallen silent, aware of the habit that is now mine, I examine my entire day and go back over what I have done and said, hiding nothing from myself, passing nothing by." This is not the same as the inner critic's automatic judgments. Seneca's review is deliberate, structured, compassionate in intention. The inner critic is none of these things. It is reactive, global, and often merciless. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. The difference between the Stoic evening review and the inner critic's assault is the difference between examination and punishment. Examination asks, what did I actually do? What were the conditions? What would have been better? Punishment says, you are inadequate, you have failed, you will fail again. Jung's concept of the shadow helps explain the inner critic's particular ferocity. The inner critic often attacks precisely where the shadow is most active. The qualities we most refuse to own in ourselves become the qualities we most harshly judge in ourselves and in others. The person who cannot admit their own selfishness is often the most alert to selfishness in those around them. The person who has suppressed their desire for recognition is often the most critical of those who claim it. The inner critic in this reading is the shadow speaking in the voice of conscience. It sounds like moral judgment. It is actually the suppressed material demanding acknowledgement by any means available. The ancient Stoics and the modern depth psychologists converge here on an uncomfortable truth. The inner critic cannot be silenced by arguing with it, because it has access to real material. It knows your failures. The response to it is not refutation, but something more difficult, honest examination in which the real failures are acknowledged and the punitive exaggeration is distinguished from the accurate observation. That distinction is not always easy to make at 2 a.m., but making it, even slowly, even imperfectly, is the beginning of what the Stoics called self-knowledge, and what Jung called the examined life. There is a man who appears repeatedly in Jung's case notes under the anonymized name of a professional. He was a successful attorney, 61 years old, who came to analysis not in crisis, but in confusion. He had everything the world considered worth having. He spent his nights reviewing the days, not in the Stoic mode of quiet examination, but in what felt to him like an unending trial in which he was both prosecutor and defendant. He could not acquit himself. He could not define the charges clearly enough to refute them. The inner court was in perpetual session, and it had forgotten, if it had ever known, what it was actually adjudicating. What emerged over many months of analytic work was a simple and devastating fact. The inner critic was not his voice. It was the voice of a father who had died 30 years earlier, a man who had been genuinely difficult and whose standards had been, in the son's memory, impossible. The father was gone. The voice remained. The attorney was still at 61, trying to satisfy a judgment that had been issued before he was an adult and that bore no relationship to the life he had actually built. The first task was not to silence the critic. It was to notice that it belonged to someone else. Chapter 21, Dreams as Ancient Knowledge. In the city of Assur in ancient Assyria, in the 7th century BCE, a scribe worked in the library of King Ashurbanipal. He was copying texts onto clay tablets, one of the largest archive projects in the ancient world. Among the texts he preserved was a collection of dream omens called the Assyrian Dream Book. It had been compiled from still older sources. Dreams in this collection were categorized by their imagery and assigned interpretations. What it means to dream of a river, a serpent, a tooth that falls out, a door that will not open. The Assyrians were not psychologists, but they had been watching, for centuries, the relationship between dream imagery and waking life. And they had noticed that certain images recurred, that their recurrence was not random, and that attending to them was useful. This observation appears in virtually every ancient civilization that left written records. The Egyptians had professional dream interpreters who worked in the temples. The Babylonians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Chinese, the Indian civilizations documented in the Upanishads, all of them treated the dream not as neural noise, but as meaningful communication from a source the waking mind could not access directly. Jung found this convergence significant beyond its content. It was not just that ancient people had interesting theories about dreams. It was that independently developed cultures across thousands of years had arrived at the same basic observation. The sleeping mind produces meaningful symbolic content that merits serious attention. This is not proof that dream content is literally predictive or divinely sent. It is evidence that the phenomenology of dreaming, what it is actually like, what it actually produces, is consistent enough across cultures and centuries that independent observers kept reaching similar conclusions about its nature. Let your body rest. Feel the stillness around you. Jung took this as clinical data. If the ancients were wrong about the significance of dreams, why did so many unrelated cultures arrive at the same wrong conclusion? The most parsimonious explanation was that they were responding to something real. that dreams do carry meaningful content, that this content does illuminate aspects of the dreamer's inner life that are not accessible to waking thought, and that cultivating a relationship with one's dreams produces results that the scientific method has difficulty capturing, but clinical observation keeps confirming. He documented hundreds of cases in which dream content, properly interpreted, revealed psychological material that transformed the course of treatment. Not by itself. Dream interpretation requires the dreamer's active engagement, their own sense of what the imagery means to them, their associations, their emotional response to particular images. The analyst's interpretation alone is insufficient, but the dream, taken seriously and worked with patiently, opens doors that rational conversation alone does not reach. The ancients built institutions to receive this knowledge. The Asclepion was one such institution. The dream oracles of Egypt were another. The consulting rooms of Jungian analysts in the 20th century are, in historical perspective, modest successors to these ancient technologies. We have not outgrown the wisdom. We have, in many cases, forgotten that we once had it. The neurologist and sleep researcher Matthew Walker, whose work in the 2010s traced the functions of REM sleep in emotional processing and memory consolidation, found something that Jung would have found immediately significant. During REM sleep, the brain does not simply replay memories. It strips the emotional charge from those memories, processes the experience without the pain of re-experiencing it, filing it into long-term storage in a form that is less immediately distressing than the original event. Dreams, in this neurological account, are not random noise. They are the brain's emotional processing system doing its most important work. This is not the same as the ancient understanding. The neurological account does not attribute symbolic meaning to specific dream imagery, but it converges with the ancient observation at a fundamental level. Sleep and its images are not an interruption of the mind's meaningful activity, they are a continuation of it in a different mode. The ancients did not know why dreams carried meaningful content. They simply observed that they did, consistently, across centuries of careful attention. The neuroscience is beginning to provide the mechanism. The observation predated the mechanism by 3,000 years. We have not outgrown the wisdom. We have, in many cases, forgotten that we once had it. Chapter 22. Self-worth and the forgotten soul. There is something that nobody tells you at the beginning of a successful career. The qualities that make you good at the career: discipline, ambition, performance under pressure, the ability to present the best possible version of yourself in every interaction, are the same qualities that will, if you apply them exclusively and indefinitely, produce a kind of interior famine. A man named Robert, this is a composite drawn from several cases Jung documented, came to analysis in 1927. He was 43 years old. He had built a prosperous practice. His marriage was stable. His children were doing well. There was nothing objectively wrong. He had started waking at 4 a.m. with a feeling he could not name, not anxiety exactly, not depression in any clinical sense, a greyness, a sense that the life he was living was, in some way he could not specify, not his life, that he was performing it very competently for an audience that included himself. Jung recognized this immediately. He had seen it many times. It was the midlife presentation of what he called the persona problem, the gradual identification of the self with its roles to the point where the role becomes indistinguishable from the person, and the person beneath the role is no longer accessible. Robert's success had required the development of an extremely competent professional persona. The trouble was that the persona now operated independently of the person who had developed it. Robert showed up in the world as a confident professional. His actual inner experience was of a man who had never been asked and had stopped asking himself what he actually wanted, what he actually felt, who he actually was. Feel the heaviness of your body in the dark. Nothing is required of you tonight. Donald Winnicott, the British psychoanalyst who died in 1971, described a related dynamic through his concept of the true self and the false self. The false self develops in early childhood when the child learns that certain authentic expressions of anger, of need, of desire will not be met acceptably, and constructs a more acceptable presentation. The false self is not deceptive in any malicious sense. It is adaptive. It learns what is required and provides it. The cost is that the true self goes underground, not destroyed, not lost, underground, and it waits. For some people, the waiting is permanent. The true self never gets another invitation. For others, the invitation comes in crisis, illness, loss, failure, the collapse of the external structure that made the false self's performance possible. And then, disoriented and often frightened, they encounter something in themselves that they had almost forgotten was there. Jung believed this encounter, difficult as it was not a catastrophe. It was a beginning. The soul had not been destroyed. It had been waiting. And the person who finds it, at 43 or 58 or 70, is not finding something new. They are finding something old. Something that has always been there, patient in the dark, carrying the knowledge of who they actually are. Marion Woodman, a Canadian Jungian analyst who worked primarily with women but whose insights extended to anyone struggling with the gap between the performed self and the actual one, wrote in Addiction to Perfection in 1982 that the cult of perfection, the relentless pursuit of the flawless performance, the optimized body, the achieved life, is a form of soul murder, not dramatic murder. Slow attrition. The soul does not die, but it grows thin and quiet. And the person, polishing the surface for an audience that may not be watching as closely as they assume, begins to live for the reflection rather than for the life. The ancient philosophers had a name for this condition as well, though they described it differently. Plato's prisoner in the cave, watching shadows, mistakes the shadows for reality. The persona is the shadow, the soul is the sun, and the person who has spent decades in the cave, eyes adjusted to darkness, finds the sun. when they finally turn toward it, temporarily blinding. The first encounter with what one actually is can feel more like disorientation than liberation, but it is the beginning of the real life. Chapter 23. Jung and the Return of Symbol. In 1928, Jung received a short text from the German sinologist Richard Wilhelm. It was an ancient Chinese alchemical text called The Secret of the Golden Flower, a text about the cultivation of the inner light, the circulation of vital energy, the turning of consciousness back toward its own source. Jung read it carefully. He found, in this Chinese Taoist text from the 8th century, imagery that was almost identical to the imagery appearing in the dreams of his European patients who had no knowledge of Chinese philosophy. The circular light, the golden center, the turning movement, the sense of something radiating outward from within. He wrote a commentary on the text and, with Wilhelm, published it in 1929. The collaboration was unusual. A Zurich analyst and a sinologist working on an 8th century Chinese manuscript. But Jung was not interested in it as a historical curiosity. He was interested in it as evidence. Evidence that the symbolic language of the psyche is not culturally specific. That beneath the particular imagery of different cultures, the golden flower of Taoism, the philosopher's stone of Western alchemy, the jewel in the lotus of Tibetan Buddhism, there is a common referent. The movement of consciousness toward its own center. The process of becoming, as Jung put it, what one essentially is. He called this the self, not the ego, which is the center of conscious identity, but the larger organizing principle of the whole psyche, conscious and unconscious together. The self was the goal of individuation, not a fixed state of completion, but an ongoing orientation toward wholeness. Let your breath find its natural depth. The room holds you. The ancient philosophical traditions had described this movement in their own vocabularies. Plato's ascent toward the form of the good. Aristotle's entelechia, the movement of a thing toward its fullest expression of its own nature. The Stoics' alignment of the rational soul with the logos, the principle of reason that runs through the cosmos. The Taoists' Wu Wei, action that arises from alignment with the Tao, the fundamental nature of things. All of these are descriptions of a similar movement, the recovery of something essential, the return to what is most genuinely and deeply oneself after the detours and distortions that ordinary life produces. Jung's contribution was to map this movement in the language of depth psychology, to show what it looks like in the clinic, what its obstacles are, what its stages tend to be, what it requires in terms of attention and courage, and the willingness to encounter what has been most deeply refused. Symbol was the language of this map, not because symbols are mysterious or esoteric, but because the movement they describe cannot be adequately described in any other way. The journey toward the center, toward what is most essentially oneself, is a lived experience, not a propositional statement. It can be pointed at. It can be approached through image. It cannot be stated, The ancient world knew this. Jung remembered it. What Jung saw in the Wilhelm collaboration was something he had been looking for without knowing what to call it. Confirmation that the psyche had a telos, a direction. That the unconscious was not simply a repository of repressed impulses and forgotten experiences, but an active, generative force with its own orientation. It was moving towards something. And that something, across cultures, across centuries, was described in remarkably similar terms. The alchemists called it the lapis, the stone. The Taoists called it the golden flower. The Tibetan tradition called it the jewel in the lotus. The Upanishads called it Atman. The Christian mystic Meister Eckhart, whose work Jung had read carefully and admired, called it the ground of the soul, the deepest layer of the inner life, which is indistinguishable at its deepest point from the ground of God. These are not the same thing. They emerge from different traditions, different practices, different cosmologies. Jung was not suggesting that all traditions teach the same doctrine. He was suggesting that they all respond to the same psychological reality, that the human psyche, when it moves inward with sufficient care and courage, tends to discover a center, a point of stillness and integration, a place where the opposites that tear ordinary life apart, rational and irrational, masculine and feminine, light and dark, begin to cohere into something that is neither and both. He called it the self. And the return of symbol, the recovery of symbolic language as a legitimate mode of psychological understanding, was, for Jung, the only way to speak about this movement without falsifying it. Let your breath slow where it is. The night is deep and the room is quiet. Chapter 24. Why rational minds stay restless. There is a particular kind of intelligence that produces a particular kind of suffering. You think clearly, you analyze well, you identify the source of your problems with precision. You know exactly why you feel what you feel. You know, in some cases, exactly what you need to do differently, and you keep not doing it. This is not stupidity. It is not weakness of will. It is something the ancient philosophers recognized and the modern mind tends to underestimate. The limits of the rational faculty when dealing with the non-rational dimensions of the psyche. Pascal, the 17th century French mathematician and philosopher, put it in a form that still resonates. The heart has reasons that reason does not know. He was not being mystical. He was being empirically accurate. The sources of our deepest commitments, what we love, what we fear, what we cannot live without, are not primarily rational. They are something else. Older, less translucent, more stubborn. The rational faculty can observe these commitments. It can interrogate them. It can sometimes modify them at the margins, but it cannot simply override them by force of logic. If it could, the man who knows he should stop drinking would stop. The woman who knows the relationship is unhealthy would leave. The person who knows that their pattern of self-sabotage is producing outcomes they do not want would simply stop the pattern. Knowing is not the same as changing, and the gap between those two things is where the unconscious lives. If your mind has wandered, come back gently. We are still here. Plato had seen this in the Phaedrus. The rational charioteer cannot simply command the dark horse into obedience through understanding. The dark horse responds to training, to habit, to the slow accumulation of right choices over time. And sometimes, when the dark horse is pulling very hard, the charioteer needs help. The ancient world provided that help through philosophy practiced as a discipline, through community, through ritual, through myth. These were not alternatives to reason. They were supports for reason when reason alone was insufficient. Jung's insight was that modern people, having largely abandoned those supports, were trying to manage the dark horse with reason alone. And reason alone, however sophisticated, is not adequate to the task. The restlessness of the intelligent, analytical mind is often the restlessness of a rationality that has been given more weight than it can carry. It has been asked to explain, control, and manage the entire inner life, including the parts that are not rational and do not respond to rational management. When the rational mind cannot explain what it is experiencing, when the anxiety has no object, when the emptiness has no cause, when the successful life feels like a performance, it tends to redouble its analytical effort. More thinking, more categorizing, more explaining. And the more it analyzes, the more it feels the thing it is trying to analyze slipping further from its grasp. The ancient prescription found in Stoicism, in Platonism, in Taoism, in the Christian contemplative tradition, in every wisdom tradition that has endured, was not to think harder. It was to stop thinking for a specified time and attend to something else. The breath, the body, the image, the silence. The Christian contemplative tradition developed sophisticated accounts of this. The 14th century mystic Meister Eckhart, preaching in Cologne, described what he called Gelassenheit, a German word meaning releasement, letting be, the relinquishment of the ego's grip on experience. It is not passivity. It is the active practice of not forcing, of allowing the deeper truth to arise rather than constructing it. Eckhart was a theologian. His vocabulary was theological, but the psychological description is precise. The rational mind, when it stops insisting, opens to a different kind of knowing. The philosopher Heidegger, who read Eckhart carefully, translated Gelassenheit in his late work as openness to mystery, the willingness to stand in the presence of what cannot be comprehended, and to find that position generative rather than threatening. He was not recommending irrationality. He was recommending the kind of receptive attention that the analytic mind closes off when it is operating at maximum productivity. Not as an escape from the problem, as the condition under which the part of the mind that actually knows the answer can be heard. Chapter 25. Ancient Philosophy and Suffering. Halfway through the night, halfway through the ideas. If you have been drifting in and out, that is exactly right. Let the ideas settle where they will find you. The question of why human beings suffer is the oldest question philosophy has attempted to answer. Not how to stop suffering, that comes second. Why it exists at all. The Stoics had a precise answer. Suffering arises from the confusion of what is in our power and what is not. We suffer because we want things that are not in our power. Favorable outcomes, other people's approval, continued health, the preservation of everything we love. These things are genuinely valuable, but they are not within our control. Attaching our well-being to them means attaching it to something that can always be taken. The Stoic answer to this was not indifference, the caricature of Stoicism that the word has accumulated over centuries. It was detachment, the cultivation of a relationship with external goods that values them without making them conditions of inner peace. You can prefer health to illness without making illness a catastrophe. You can love without making the loss of love the end of everything. This is a high standard. Marcus Aurelius, who knew it as well as anyone who has ever lived, never fully met it. But he found that returning to it daily was better than abandoning it. Even partial Stoicism, even the practice of occasionally distinguishing what you can and cannot control, is better than its absence. Let your jaw soften. Let the room be dark and quiet around you. The Buddhist tradition, developing in parallel with Greek philosophy in the 5th century BCE, arrived at a remarkably similar diagnosis. The first noble truth is dukkha, often translated as suffering, more accurately as unsatisfactoriness, the quality of impermanence that inheres in all conditioned phenomena. Things are not simply bad, they are unstable, and our suffering arises from our resistance to that instability, our demand that impermanent things persist. The Buddhists and the Stoics were not in contact in the 5th century BCE. They were observing the same features of human experience from opposite sides of the world. The convergence is significant. It suggests they were mapping something real. Jung read both traditions. He was not a Buddhist, and he was not a Stoic. But he found in both traditions something his clinical observation confirmed, that the attempt to eliminate suffering by controlling circumstances is less effective and produces more secondary suffering than the cultivation of a relationship with suffering that can hold it without either denying it or being destroyed by it. He described this as the transcendent function, the capacity of the psyche, when both the conscious and unconscious are fully engaged with a conflict to produce a third thing, not a compromise between the opposing forces, but a genuine synthesis that neither could have reached alone. The person who can hold the tension between what they want and what is actually happening without collapsing into denial or despair is exercising the transcendent function. The ancient philosophers called it wisdom. The modern clinic calls it psychological resilience. The name changes, the thing it names does not. The psychologist Susan Folkman, studying how bereaved caregivers of people who had died of AIDS found ways to cope in the 1990s, discovered something that challenged the prevailing model of grief. The model said, people are distressed, they process the loss, distress decreases. What Folkman found was that people oscillated between grief and positive emotion, between confronting the loss and finding meaning, between what they had lost and what they were still able to find. The positive emotion was not denial. It was the psyche's capacity to hold both things simultaneously, the grief as real and the meaning-making as also real. This oscillation is the transcendent function in lived experience, not the elimination of pain, not the production of false comfort. The capacity to hold both the suffering and the meaning, neither denying the suffering nor being consumed by it. The ancient Stoics called it equanimity. Jung called it the emergence of the self. The bereaved caregiver in Folkman's study had no name for it. They were simply living it, as people always have. Chapter 26, The Ego Cannot Explain Everything. There is a particular arrogance that belongs to the ego. Not the arrogance of pride, that is something different. The arrogance of explanation. The assumption that what the conscious mind knows and the story it has constructed about its own history is the complete account of what is actually happening. Jung called the ego the center of consciousness, the part of the psyche that says I and experiences itself as the author of its own actions, and it is in a limited sense. The ego makes decisions, it plans, it reflects. It is the part of you that is listening to these words tonight. But it is not the whole psyche. It is, as Jung frequently emphasized, a relatively small island in a very large ocean. The ocean is the unconscious, the vast majority of psychic activity that occurs without the ego's awareness and often without its consent. You have experienced this. You have noticed yourself drawn towards something you did not decide to want. You have noticed yourself repelled by something you could not rationally explain. You have found yourself doing something you had decided not to do. You have felt an emotion arise that contradicted everything your conscious assessment of a situation told you you should feel. These moments are not glitches. They are the ocean making itself known. Feel the weight of your body. Let your eyes be still behind their lids. The ancient philosophical traditions understood this, though they described it differently. Plato's allegory of the cave in the Republic, written around 380 BCE, depicts ordinary human consciousness as prisoners watching shadows on a wall, mistaking the shadows for the whole of reality. The philosopher's task is to turn around, to look at the fire that casts the shadows, and eventually to ascend into the light and see the sun. This is a description of the ego's natural condition. It believes it sees reality directly, but it is actually seeing a partial, filtered version of reality shaped by its own limitations, its history, its particular cultural and personal position. The philosopher who turns around, who begins to examine the assumptions behind what the ego takes for granted, is doing something very close to what Jung called the confrontation with the unconscious. They are acknowledging that the story the ego has been telling about itself and the world may not be the whole story. The Taoist tradition expressed this as the recognition of the limits of naming. The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. The moment you capture something in a concept, you have captured it at the cost of what it exceeds. The concept is useful, but it is not the thing. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead made a related observation in a different vocabulary. He called it the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, the error of treating an abstraction as though it were the concrete reality it represents. The map is not the territory. The clinical diagnosis is not the person. The self-concept is not the self. Every conceptual framework captures something real and misses something real. The error is not in using the framework. The error is in forgetting that you are using one. Jung's ego psychology was, at its root, an attempt to hold the ego's genuine functions, consciousness, reflection, decision-making, while releasing its pretension to completeness. The ego is necessary. It is not sufficient. And a person who lives as though the ego is all there is, who refuses to acknowledge the unconscious, the shadow, the deeper layers of the psyche, is living on the small island, without access to the ocean, and wondering why everything feels so limited. There is a particular texture to this limitation. People who have lived very exclusively in ego consciousness, who have been very successful at managing their lives through rational planning and self-discipline, often describe a feeling in midlife or later that they are running out of road. The strategies that worked for 30 years begin to feel inadequate. The achievements that were supposed to satisfy do not. Something at the periphery of their awareness keeps asking a question they cannot quite formulate. Jung would say, that is the ocean. And the ocean does not go away because you choose not to look at it. It becomes more insistent. What was once a distant sound becomes, in time, a tide. Chapter 27. What ritual once protected? Every morning, the Roman paterfamilias, the head of the household, would perform the morning ritual at the lararium, the small household shrine. He would offer food, wine, incense. He would speak the names of the household gods, the lares, whose protection covered his family. He would note the date in the Roman religious calendar. He would acknowledge his place in a sacred order that included the living and the dead and the divine. This ritual took perhaps 10 minutes. Its content, to a modern eye, looks like superstition. But its function was something that the modern world has not replaced: the daily reinsertion of the individual into a larger order. The reminder, repeated and embodied, that the self is not alone, not self-created, not the sole author of its own existence. The lararium ritual located the person within a structure that extended backward through the ancestors, outward through the community and the gods, and forward through the obligations of care and provision. It said, "You are not simply yourself. You are a particular location in a web of relationships and responsibilities that preceded you and will outlast you. And that is not a burden, it is a support." When that structure dissolved, as it did gradually with the decline of Roman civic religion, and then more rapidly in the secularization of Western culture over the last 3 centuries, it was not replaced by an equivalent. It was replaced by nothing, or rather by the individual's own unaided efforts to construct a sense of meaning and belonging from the available materials. Let your shoulders drop. Nothing is required of you in this darkness. Jung wrote about this in several of his later works. He believed that the decline of religious ritual was not simply a theological matter, not just a question of whether the gods were real. It was a psychological catastrophe, because the function of ritual was not primarily theological. It was psychological. It exerted a protective influence on the psyche by providing a container for its archetypal contents. There is a concept in analytical psychology called the temenos, from the Greek word for the sacred enclosure around a temple. The temenos was not simply a boundary. It was a space set apart, in which ordinary rules were suspended and what was sacred could be approached without the usual protections of ordinary social life. Within the temenos, encounter with the divine was possible. Outside it, the divine was too powerful, too dangerous, too disorganizing to be approached without the protection of structure. The analytic relationship, as Jung conceived it, was itself a kind of temenos, a bounded space in which the archetypal contents of the psyche could be encountered safely, because the structure of the relationship provided containment. The ancient ritual space had done the same thing on a communal scale. The church, the sanctuary, the sacred grove. Spaces where the ordinary self could let down its defenses and meet what was normally too large to face in everyday life. When the container dissolves, the archetypal contents do not dissolve with it. They continue to operate, but now without structure, without a sanctioned channel for expression, without a community that shares the symbolic vocabulary. They appear instead as symptoms. The nameless anxiety, the diffuse dread, the sense that something essential is missing, whose name can no longer be spoken. The philosopher Alain de Botton, writing in Religion for Atheists in 2012, made a related argument that secular culture has inherited religious needs without inheriting the institutions that met them. The needs for community, for ritual, for the marking of transitions, for the regular reminder of mortality, these do not disappear because we have stopped believing in gods. They persist. And when they are unaddressed, they take other, often less adequate forms. Jung would have agreed, and he would have added, the deepest need that ritual once addressed is the need to be connected to the symbolic life of the psyche, to have a regular practice of attending to what is larger than the ego's daily preoccupations. Without it, the psyche turns in on itself, and what it produces, without a container, is rarely health. Chapter 28. Emotional Healing Through Meaning. There is something that happens when suffering finds a frame, not when it is explained away, not when it is made acceptable or minimized. When it is placed within a story large enough to hold it, when the person suffering can say not that this is good, but that this belongs somewhere, that it fits into an account of what a human life requires and endures, something shifts. This shift is not comfort in the ordinary sense. The pain does not necessarily diminish. The loss does not become less real, but the suffering changes character. It becomes meaningful suffering rather than pointless suffering. and meaningful suffering in ways that the research on resilience has documented repeatedly is far more bearable than its pointless counterpart. Frankl was the first modern clinician to document this systematically. In the death camps, he watched people who should have been broken by their circumstances sustain themselves through meaning. Not large, heroic meaning necessarily. A photograph, a person waiting, a manuscript hidden before the war that needed, if one survived, to be retrieved and published. Small meaning held with great care. He concluded that the will to meaning, the drive to find purpose and significance in one's experience, was as fundamental a human motivation as Freud's will to pleasure or Adler's will to power, and that when meaning was denied or destroyed, the psyche did not simply shift to one of the other motivations. It fell into what Frankl called existential vacuum, a state of inner emptiness that manifested as boredom, apathy, or the frantic activity that substitutes for genuine engagement. Let your breath find its natural rhythm. The night is quiet. Jung had observed the same thing and named it differently. He called the suffering that lacks meaning neurotic suffering, as distinct from legitimate suffering. Legitimate suffering is unavoidable. It is the suffering that belongs to any fully lived life. Neurotic suffering is manufactured. The suffering produced by the ego's refusal to accept what is, its insistence on alternative realities, its exhausting campaign to control what cannot be controlled. The ancient Stoics had a surgical distinction for this. There is the thing that happens, and there is the story the mind tells about the thing that happens. The story is the source of most suffering. Not the event itself, but the interpretation of the event, the judgment that it should not have happened, that it cannot be survived, that it means something devastating about the future. Epictetus, speaking to students in his school in Nicopolis in the early 2nd century AD, made this point repeatedly. Nothing is bad in itself. It is our judgment of it that makes it so. This is not cold philosophy. It is a practical observation about the mechanics of suffering, and it converges on what Frankl found in Auschwitz and what Jung found in Zurich. That meaning is the hinge, that with a sufficient frame, almost anything can be endured. Without one, even small difficulties can collapse a person. The ancient world built its philosophical schools precisely to supply these frames, not as distortions of reality, as the most accurate possible accounts of what a human life actually is: impermanent, relational, meaningful, finite, and worthy of the full attention of the intelligence that inhabits it. Chapter 29, The Loss of Sacred Psychology. In 1905, a book was published in Berlin by Wilhelm Wundt. He was the founder of experimental psychology, the man who had established the first laboratory for psychological research in Leipzig in 1879, who had spent his career arguing that psychology could and should be a natural science, governed by the same methods and standards as physics and chemistry. His 1905 book was called Volker Psychology, an attempt to understand collective psychological phenomena, myth, language, religion, art. Wundt's influence on the establishment of psychology as an academic discipline was enormous and largely positive, but the price of that establishment was the exclusion of what might be called sacred psychology, the study of the soul's relationship with what is larger than itself. This exclusion was not capricious. Science requires operationalizable concepts, things that can be measured, replicated, falsified. The relationship between the soul and the cosmos is not operationalizable in any direct sense. So it was left to theology, to philosophy, to the wisdom traditions. And psychology became the science of the measurable dimensions of mind. What was lost was not nothing. It was the entire tradition of psychological wisdom that understood the human being as embedded in a larger order, cosmic, divine, natural, and that addressed suffering in terms of the person's relationship to that order. Not as metaphysics imposed from outside, but as the lived experience of meaning, connection, and belonging that the human psyche seems to require for its health. Let your body be heavy in the dark. The night is holding you still. James Hillman, who trained as a Jungian analyst and became one of the most provocative psychological thinkers of the 20th century, argued in a book called The Soul's Code, published in 1996, that the disenchanted world of modern psychology, a world in which inner experience is explained by prior causes rather than drawn forward by innate purpose, is missing something essential. He proposed what he called the acorn theory, that each person carries within them from the beginning the form of what they are meant to become, not as a mystical guarantee, as a description of the sense many people have, looking back over their lives from a position of maturity, that something in them always knew. Whether or not this is literally true in any metaphysical sense is less important than the psychological fact. The experience of vocation, of calling, of being drawn towards something by an inner necessity that precedes any rational calculation. This experience is real and common, and a psychology that has no language for it, that can only describe it in terms of prior causes and learned preferences, is missing something important about what human beings actually experience from the inside. The ancient world had elaborate languages for this. The daimon, the guiding spirit that Socrates described, was not a ghost. It was a way of speaking about the inner necessity that shapes a life from within. The Roman genius, the Greek Psyche, the Confucian concept of Ming, all of these are attempts to name the same experience, that the self has a depth that exceeds its own knowledge, and that attending to that depth is the work of a lifetime. Sacred psychology was the study of that depth. Its loss has left modern people with excellent maps of the surface and no maps at all of what lies beneath. Chapter 30: Why Modern People Feel Split. The philosopher Charles Taylor used the term buffered self to describe the modern condition. In a pre-modern world, the self was porous, open to the influence of spirits, forces, cosmic powers, the sacred and the demonic. The boundary between inner and outer was not sharp. The world was alive with agencies beyond the individual self. The modern self has been buffered, sealed. The boundary between inner and outer has been hardened by disenchantment, by the Enlightenment conviction that the world is governed by natural laws, not supernatural agencies, and that the self is a thinking subject confronting an inert, mechanical universe. This buffering produced many things. It produced science, it produced individual rights, it produced the freedom from the terror of demonic possession, from the anxiety of cosmic powers demanding appeasement, from the subordination of the self to a sacred order that allowed no deviation. It also produced a particular kind of loneliness, the loneliness of the sealed self, the sense that everything significant is happening inside, and that the outside world, however stimulating, however filled with other people, does not ultimately reach in, cannot reach in, because the buffer was built to prevent exactly that. Feel the stillness in the room. Let your breath move slowly. Jung spent his career treating people who felt this split without knowing its name. They described it in many ways: a feeling of being watched through glass, a sense that they participated in life without ever fully arriving in it, a persistent unreality, as though the life they were living was a performance for an audience they could not see, a suspicion that everyone else felt connected in a way that they, despite their best efforts, could not manage. This is not pathology in any clinical sense. It is the subjective experience of the buffered self, and it is widespread enough that it might be considered the defining psychological condition of modernity. The ancient world had no concept of the buffered self because it had not built the buffer. The self was continuous with the world. The world was continuous with the divine. The inner life and the outer life were not separate domains, but aspects of the same continuous reality. This is not a naive or pre-scientific worldview. It is a different way of drawing the boundary between self and world, one that maintained connection at the cost of some of the autonomy the modern self prizes. Jung was not suggesting a return to the pre-Enlightenment world. He was suggesting that the modern self, in sealing itself against the world, had also sealed itself against dimensions of its own psyche that had previously found expression through the relationship with what was larger. The archetypes which had been experienced as gods, spirits, forces, did not disappear when the gods were disenchanted. They continued operating in the psyche. But now, without a sanctioned external expression, they operated entirely from within, as complexes, as symptoms, as the felt split between who one is and who one suspects one could be. Reintegration, for Jung, required not a return to ancient religion, but a recovery of what ancient religion had protected, a genuine relationship with the depths of the psyche, mediated not by gods but by image, symbol, dream, and the willingness to take the inner life as seriously as the outer. The contemporary philosopher Alain de Botton has argued more accessibly, if less rigorously, that secular culture needs to learn from religion, not what to believe, but how to structure the practices that religion once provided. Regular communal gathering, shared ritual, the marking of transitions, the practice of attention to what is larger than the self. His School of Life project is one attempt at such a secular institution. It is tentative. The problem it is attempting to address is not what the split self is experiencing is not primarily a philosophical problem. It is an experiential one. The felt sense of disconnection from others, from the body, from a dimension of experience that has no adequate modern name, is not resolved by intellectual argument. It is resolved by the patient cultivation of practices that reconnect attention to dreams, engagement with meaningful symbolic content, relationships deep enough to hold genuine disclosure, moments of genuine stillness in which something beneath the daily performance can make itself known. These practices look different for different people. They are not the exclusive property of any tradition, but they share a common orientation toward the depths rather than the surface, toward the interior rather than the exterior, toward what has been most genuinely oneself rather than what has been most successfully presented. Reintegration, for Jung, required not a return to ancient religion, but a recovery of what ancient religion had protected. A genuine relationship with the depths of the psyche, mediated not by gods, but by image, symbol, dream, and the willingness to take the inner life as seriously as the outer. Chapter 31. Alchemy as Inner Science. In the libraries of Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries, there was a body of writing that embarrassed everyone. The alchemists, practitioners of the art of transforming base metals into gold, of pursuing the philosopher's stone, of seeking the elixir of eternal life, had filled thousands of pages with elaborate symbolic descriptions of their operations. Lead transforming into gold, the Red King marrying the White Queen, the dragon swallowing its own tail. By the time of Newton, who studied alchemy extensively and privately, though he was careful to keep his alchemy separate from his public science, the tradition was already being dismissed as prescientific nonsense. By the 20th century, it had become a byword for futile effort and medieval credulity. Jung read the alchemical texts and saw something entirely different. He saw a systematic symbolic language for the process of psychological transformation. The alchemists were not failed chemists. They were proto-psychologists who projected their inner dynamics onto matter. When they described the operations in the flask, the nigredo, blackening, the albedo, whitening, the rubedo, reddening, they were describing, in the only vocabulary available to them, the stages of inner transformation. The blackening was the confrontation with the shadow. The whitening was the achievement of a provisional clarity. The reddening was the integration, the emergence of a self that had been through the fire and come out changed. The philosopher's stone, the lapis philosophorum, was not gold. It was the self in its fullest expression, the product of the long, difficult work of individuation. The marriage of opposites, the king and queen, the sun and moon, the masculine and feminine principles, was not a chemical reaction. It was the integration of the psyche's opposing forces into a dynamic wholeness. Nothing you hear tonight requires anything of you. Let the words settle where they will. This reading might seem far-fetched. but Jung spent 20 years documenting it across hundreds of alchemical texts and thousands of patient dreams. The imagery matched too consistently to be coincidental. The same symbols appeared in the 14th century alchemical manuscript and in the dream of the Swiss housewife in 1935 who had never encountered alchemical literature. He published his findings in Psychology and Alchemy in 1944. It was not widely received by the scientific community, which had largely stopped taking alchemy seriously in any form. But it was an important contribution to the understanding of symbolic language as a cross-cultural phenomenon and to the recovery of a tradition that had preserved, in symbolic form, a sophisticated understanding of psychological transformation that the modern mind had dismissed, along with its obsolete chemistry. The ancient alchemists were not doing science, but they were doing something. And what they were doing, the patient, deliberate, symbol-mediated engagement with the process of inner change, was considerably more sophisticated than the embarrassed dismissal that followed them into history. Edward Edinger, one of the most careful of Jung's American interpreters, spent his career unpacking the alchemical symbol system as a map of the individuation process. His book, Anatomy of the Psyche, published in 1985, traced the major alchemical operations calcinatio, solutio, coagulatio, mortificatio, and showed in detail how each corresponded to a recognizable phase of inner transformation. Calcinatio, the burning away of rigidities, the operation of fire on what has become too fixed, too defended, too sure of its own structure. The person who has built their identity entirely around a role, a relationship, a belief system, and then loses that structure. The fire is the loss. What survives the fire is what was truly essential. Solutio, the dissolution of form, the operation of water on what has solidified. Depression, in Edinger's reading, can be a form of solutio, the dissolution of a self that had been too rigid, in preparation for a recrystallization into a more adequate form. This is not a comfortable reading, but it is a more useful one than the simple equation of depression with chemical malfunction. The alchemists were sitting with their flasks and their furnaces, watching material transformations and writing down in careful and elaborate symbolic language what they saw. What they saw, Jung and Edinger and von Franz all agreed, was the psyche. They were describing themselves without knowing it. The ancient alchemical library was, in this reading, an accidental archive of human psychological experience, preserved in the language of a failed science. There is something quietly moving in that. A tradition that thought it was doing one thing and was doing something else. Something that would not be recognized for centuries. Chapter 32. The soul needs more than treatment. There is a question that every good therapist at some point asks privately. Am I treating the person or the condition? The condition is what the DSM describes. The symptoms, the diagnostic criteria, the evidence-based interventions, the outcome measures, these are real. They matter. Treatment of the condition saves lives. But the person is something else. The person is the one who woke at 3 a.m. in 1987 and decided that things had to change. The person is the one who chose, at a particular crossroads, to go one way rather than another, and who has never quite stopped wondering about the road not taken. The person is the one who carries in some private interior space a story about who they were before the world told them who they should be. The condition can be treated. The person requires something more. Jung spent his entire career in the difficult territory between these two things. He was a medical doctor, trained in the biological model of illness. He was also a philosopher, a mythologist, a student of religious experience, a practitioner of active imagination, a man who had taken his own unconscious seriously enough to spend 13 years filling a manuscript with its imagery. He held both things simultaneously, and he refused to collapse one into the other. Feel the quiet weight of the room. If your mind has wandered, come back gently. The philosopher Iris Murdoch, writing in The Sovereignty of Good in 1970, argued that the good life requires what she called moral vision, the capacity to see other people and oneself clearly and fully, with the kind of attention that is not distorted by the ego's self-serving filters. This kind of vision, she believed, was cultivated not through therapy or self-analysis alone, but through sustained engagement with great art, great literature, great philosophy. The cultural inheritance that offers us images of human existence large enough to see ourselves in. This is what Plato's Academy was for, what the Stoic philosophical schools were for, what the great contemplative traditions of the East were for. Not treatment, education. The cultivation of the capacity to see clearly, to bear what is seen, and to act well in the light of it. Modern psychology has been reluctant to reclaim this territory. It tends to stay within the boundaries of the treatable and the measurable. And this is largely appropriate for an institutional science. But the soul is not an institutional matter. It is a personal one. And the person sitting in the consulting room or lying in the dark tonight, listening, needs more than a treatment plan. They need a story. They need a framework. They need, in the oldest sense, wisdom. Thomas More, writing in Care of the Soul in 1992, drew an explicit distinction between the treatment of symptoms and the care of the soul. Treatment addresses what has gone wrong and attempts to restore a prior state of functioning. Care attends to the soul's actual life, to the depth, texture, and meaning of a person's inner experience, without the goal of fixing anything. Sometimes the things that look like problems are, on closer examination, the soul's way of deepening, the depression that is also a necessary descent, the restlessness that is also a searching, the loss that is also a clearing. The ancient world supplied the framework for this kind of care. Jung tried to recover it, and the need for it has not diminished in the intervening years. Chapter 33, Ancient Wisdom about Anxiety. In 63 BCE, in a villa outside Rome, Marcus Tullius Cicero sat alone. He had reached the height of Roman political life, consul of Rome, defender of the Republic, the greatest orator of his generation, and he was utterly miserable. His daughter Tullia had died. His political alliances had collapsed. He faced exile and the loss of everything he had spent his life building. He was 63 years old, and he could not stop the thoughts. He did what philosophers do when they cannot stop the thoughts. He wrote. The result was the Tusculan Disputations, 5 books of dialogues that constitute one of the most comprehensive ancient treatments of psychological suffering and its remedies. In the 3rd and 4th books, he turned to anxiety and grief directly. His analysis was Stoic in framework. Anxiety, he argued, arises from the false belief that future events, illness, loss, public disgrace, are genuinely bad in themselves. They are not. They are only bad if we judge them to be so, and judgment is within our power. This is not cold comfort. Cicero knew that. He was writing these words while living through the things he was describing. He was not claiming that the Stoic analysis made grief easy. He was claiming that without the analysis, grief becomes permanent, a prison the sufferer constructs from their own mistaken beliefs about the nature of what has been lost. Let your breath move freely. Feel the stillness of the room around you. The specific form of anxiety that the ancient philosophers identified and addressed most consistently was what we might now call anticipatory anxiety, the suffering caused by imagining future negative events. Seneca's formulation remains precise. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. The mind visits possible futures, finds the worst ones, and treats them as though they have already occurred. Modern cognitive behavioral therapy identifies this as catastrophizing, a cognitive distortion that amplifies threat by treating low-probability negative outcomes as certain. The intervention is to examine the evidence, test the prediction against reality, develop more accurate probability estimates. The Stoic intervention was different in form, but similar in function. Instead of challenging the probability of the feared event, the Stoic practice, called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, deliberately imagined the worst possible outcomes in detail. Not to produce despair, but to discover something surprising, that even the worst outcomes are survivable, that the self contains resources adequate to what it fears, that the imagined catastrophe is typically less devastating in detail than in the abstract terror of anticipation. This practice runs directly counter to the instinct of modern positive psychology, which has tended to emphasize optimism, gratitude, and the cultivation of positive mental states. The research on optimism's benefits is real and substantial, but Gabriele Oettingen, a German-American psychologist whose research on mental contrasting was published in Rethinking Positive Thinking in 2014, found something that complicates the picture. Simple positive visualization, imagining desired outcomes, does not reliably improve performance. In some studies, it decreases it because the pleasurable feeling of the imagined outcome reduces the motivation to work toward the real one. What works, Oettingen found, is a practice that sounds more stoic than positive psychological. Mental contrasting, in which the person imagines the desired outcome and then deliberately imagines the obstacles that stand between them and it. The contrast generates motivation because it clarifies both what is wanted and what it will cost. The Stoics had been recommending exactly this for 2,000 years. Not as pessimism, as the preparation that makes genuine engagement possible. Marcus Aurelius practiced this regularly. He wrote about it in the Meditations, not as a philosophical exercise, but as a survival tool. He was governing an empire, commanding armies, watching people die of plague, managing his own chronic illness. He needed to know that he could face what came. The premeditation was how he verified that. Jung's contribution to the psychology of anxiety was the observation that much anxiety, particularly the free-floating, objectless variety, is not about specific feared events at all. It is the symptom of an encounter between the ego and the unconscious that has not yet been consciously acknowledged. The anxiety is the indicator light. The question is what it is pointing to. And that question cannot be answered by Stoic reason or cognitive restructuring alone. It requires the patient attention to inner imagery, dreams, and symbolic content that Jungian analysis cultivates. The ancients and the depth psychologist are not in conflict here. They are addressing different layers of the same problem. Chapter 34. The persona in public life. There is a word in Latin that means mask, persona. The masks worn by Roman actors on stage, the stylized expressions of tragedy and comedy, amplified for visibility in the large outdoor theaters, gave their name to the public face that each person presents to the world. Jung borrowed the word. The persona in his psychology is not a fake. It is a necessary adaptive structure, the set of characteristics and behaviors that the individual develops for effective functioning in the social world. The persona knows how to be professional, how to be polite, how to present competence and composure in contexts that require them. The problem arises when the persona is mistaken for the whole self. When a person begins to identify exclusively with their public role, to believe that the professional competence is who they are, that the social composure is their character, that the performance is the reality, they lose access to everything that the persona does not include. And the persona includes a great deal. It includes the qualities that are socially unacceptable, the anger, the vulnerability, the needs that a competent adult is not supposed to have. It includes the dimensions of the self that belong to private life, to intimate relationship, to solitude. It includes the shadow. When the persona becomes totalizing, the shadow grows proportionally. What the persona cannot include goes underground, accumulates pressure, and eventually erupts in symptoms, in compulsions, in the inexplicable collapse of the person whose exterior has always appeared most intact. Feel your body in the dark. Let your breath be slow. The ancient world understood the persona's risks through a different vocabulary. The Stoics worried about the man who confused reputation with character, who cared more about how he appeared than about who he actually was. Marcus Aurelius returns to this distinction repeatedly in the Meditations. He distrusted praise. He considered public applause a form of contamination. It made it harder to know what you actually thought because you began to think with the audience's approval as your criterion. Shakespeare, in the 16th century, working in a tradition that had access to both classical and popular sources, understood the persona more theatrically. "All the world's a stage," he wrote, "and all the men and women merely players, not as cynical observation, but as psychological description. Every social role is a performance. The question is whether the performer can remember they are performing." Dostoevsky, in the 19th century, was perhaps the most penetrating analyst of the persona's failure. His characters, Raskolnikov, the underground man, Ivan Karamazov, are defined by the gap between the self they present and the self they actually inhabit. The underground man, in particular, is a case study in what happens when the persona and the shadow are at maximum distance. A person who presents as insignificant, self-effacing, unremarkable, and who is secretly tormented by grandiosity, resentment, and the unbearable awareness of his own unfulfilled potential. Jung would have recognized him immediately. The underground man is a portrait of persona collapse from the inside. And he is, in his specific 19th century Russian particularity, disturbingly recognizable to the 21st century reader who has ever lived more life in private than in public. Chapter 35. Consciousness is older than reason. William James, in his 1902 lectures at Edinburgh that became the Varieties of Religious Experience, drew a distinction that has not been sufficiently attended to. He distinguished between the stream of consciousness, the flowing, continuous field of ordinary awareness, and what he called its fringes. The fringes are everything that is present in awareness without being the focus of attention, the barely noticed sounds, the peripheral sensations, the dim sense of things at the edge of thought. James believed that these fringes were more important than they appeared. They were the place where the unconscious communicated with the conscious, not through the dramatic mechanisms that Freud would later describe, but through the quieter influence of what was almost noticed, almost felt, almost thought. Consciousness, for James, was not a container, it was a stream, and its quality depended not just on what it was focused on, but on the whole field, the fringes, the depths, the barely conscious influences that gave ordinary thinking its texture and direction. Jung found this observation useful. He extended it. The stream of consciousness sits on top of a much deeper and older stratum of psychic activity. This older stratum, the collective unconscious, is not personal. It is not the history of this individual life. It is the accumulated psychic history of the species, present in the deepest layer of every individual psyche, expressing itself through the archetypes and their associated imagery. Let your jaw soften. The night is deep and quiet. This is a genuinely strange claim, and Jung knew it. He spent his career trying to provide evidence for it through the analysis of dreams, myths, alchemical texts, and cross-cultural symbolic studies. Whether the evidence is sufficient is a question reasonable people disagree about. But the underlying observation that human consciousness carries something older and larger than individual history, finds support from unexpected directions. The linguist Noam Chomsky, working in the 1950s and 1960s, proposed that the capacity for language is not learned from scratch by each individual child. It is built into the structure of the human brain. There is a language acquisition device that is part of the biological inheritance of the species. The evolutionary psychologist Steven Pinker has argued similarly that much of what we think of as individual psychology, our social emotions, our aesthetic preferences, our moral intuitions, is the product of evolutionary inheritance rather than individual learning. We come pre-equipped with responses that were adaptive in the environment of evolutionary adaptedness, and that continue to operate in us whether or not they are adaptive in our current circumstances. Jung was not an evolutionary psychologist, but the convergence is significant. Consciousness is not a blank slate. It carries structure, pattern, and content that precedes individual experience. The ancients knew this through their observation that certain images and stories appear everywhere, that certain fears and longings are universal, that certain patterns of human life recur across times and places with a consistency that cannot be explained by cultural transmission alone. Consciousness is older than reason. It is older than language. And the depth psychologist, like the philosopher who preceded them, is in the business of attending to that age. The anthropologist and linguist Gregory Bateson, working in the 1970s, described what he called the ecology of mind, the understanding that consciousness is not a property of individual brains, but a distributed system that includes the body, the relationships, the environment, and the cultural inheritance in which the brain is embedded. His work, Steps to an Ecology of Mind, published in 1972, argued against the Cartesian picture of the isolated rational mind and toward a systems understanding in which thinking is always already embedded in contexts that shape it and that it shapes in return. This is not far from what the ancient world understood through the concept of participation. The sense that the individual mind is not separate from the larger patterns of intelligence in which it participates. The Stoic logos, Plato's forms, the Confucian principle of Li, the rational pattern inherent in all things. These are not identical concepts, but they share an orientation. The individual mind is not the source of intelligence. It is a receiver and participant in something larger. Jung's collective unconscious was, in part, an attempt to describe this larger thing in psychological rather than metaphysical terms. Not a divine mind of which human minds are fragments, but a shared symbolic and archetypal inheritance that all human minds participate in, regardless of their individual history. The shared inheritance is older than any particular culture. It is older than language itself. Consciousness is older than reason. It is older than language. And the depth psychologist, like the philosopher who preceded them, is in the business of attending to that age. Chapter 36: Why Data Misses Depth. There is a kind of knowledge that numbers cannot hold. This is not a mystical claim. It is a philosophical one, with a long and careful lineage. Aristotle was the first Western thinker to develop a systematic account of the different types of knowledge and their respective domains. He distinguished between episteme, scientific knowledge of universals and their causes, and phronesis, practical wisdom about particular human situations. And he was clear that phronesis cannot be reduced to episteme. The knowledge of how to live well in a specific, particular, unrepeatable human life is not the kind of knowledge that can be stated as a general law. This distinction matters for psychology. The scientific knowledge of psychological patterns, what is statistically true of populations, what interventions work across samples, is genuine and valuable. But the knowledge of what is happening in this particular person, in this particular life, at this particular moment, that is a different kind of knowledge, and it requires a different kind of attention. Jung was acutely aware of this. He wrote that he always treated each patient as a unique individual, the study of whom required setting aside general categories and attending to what was specific to this person, this life, this configuration of experience and symbol and meaning. The general knowledge was background. The particular encounter was foreground. Feel the darkness around you. Let your breath move slowly. The philosopher Michael Polanyi, writing in Personal Knowledge in 1958, described this as the tacit dimension of knowledge, everything that we know but cannot fully articulate. The doctor who knows a patient is ill before the tests confirm it. The therapist who senses something in the room that is not in anything the patient has said, the experienced reader who knows, from the first paragraph, whether an author has genuinely understood their subject. This tacit knowledge is not irrational. It is the accumulation of pattern recognition so deep that it operates below the threshold of explicit reasoning. It is the knowledge that the master craftsman has that the apprentice lacks, not because the apprentice has inferior data, but because the data has not yet been absorbed into the body's own knowing. Ancient education was largely concerned with the cultivation of this tacit dimension. The Platonic dialogue was not designed to convey information. It was designed to provoke an encounter between the student's explicit beliefs and the hidden assumptions beneath them, an encounter that, if successful, produced a shift not in the student's data but in their way of seeing. Phronesis was cultivated not through study alone, but through the observation of exemplary lives, through practice in specific situations, through the slow accumulation of lived experience under the guidance of someone who had more of it. Modern psychology has excellent data. What it sometimes lacks is the ancient understanding of how data and depth relate. Data describes populations. Depth attends to persons. And the person is always, in every case, one more thing than the data can hold. The philosopher Hans-Georg Gadamer, in Truth and Method, published in 1960, distinguished between the kind of truth accessible through the natural scientific method, reproducible, quantifiable, observer-independent, and the kind of truth accessible through the humanities, through art, through genuine interpretive engagement with texts and persons. He called the latter hermeneutic truth, the truth that emerges not from experiment but from the patient. Receptive attention to what a text or a person is trying to say, on terms that do not belong entirely to the investigator. Hermeneutic truth requires what Gadamer called the fusion of horizons, the moment when the investigator's framework and the subject's framework meet and are both changed by the encounter. This is not objective. It is not supposed to be. It is the kind of knowing that allows genuine understanding of another person. Not their type, not their profile, not their pattern, but them. The ancient philosophical tradition was built on hermeneutic truth. The Socratic dialogue was designed to produce it. The analytic relationship at its best produces something similar. Data describes populations. Depth attends to persons. And the person is always, in every case, one more thing than the data can hold. Chapter 37, The Myth of Pure Objectivity. In 1900, the same year Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams, the physicist Max Planck introduced the concept of the quantum of action, the observation that energy is not continuous, but is emitted and absorbed in discrete packets. This was the beginning of quantum mechanics. And among the deeply strange things that quantum mechanics eventually revealed was the following. The observer is not separate from what is observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. There is no view from nowhere. This finding horrified many scientists who had built their entire methodology on the assumption that a sufficiently careful observer could stand apart from the world and describe it purely, without their presence distorting the description. Quantum mechanics said, no, the observer is always in the experiment. Jung found this significant. He was not a physicist, and he was careful not to overextend the analogy. But he believed that psychology had an analogous problem. The psychologist is inside the psyche they are studying. They cannot stand outside human experience and describe it from a neutral position. Their own unconscious is active. Their own shadow is present. Their own complexes are influencing what they notice and what they miss. This is why Jung insisted on a requirement that became standard in-depth psychological training. The analyst must themselves undergo analysis before practicing. Not because analysis is a credential, because without the personal encounter with their own unconscious, the analyst will project their own material onto their patients, will mistake the patient's shadow for the patient's problem when it is actually the analyst's. Let your shoulders drop. The room is quiet around you. The ancient philosophical schools understood something similar. The Delphic maxim, know thyself, was not simply an ethical injunction, it was an epistemological one. You cannot understand the world accurately if you do not understand the observer. Your passions, your assumptions, your culturally inherited prejudices are distorting your perception whether or not you are aware of them. Philosophy is, among other things, the discipline of becoming aware of the distortions. Socrates made this his entire practice. He did not claim to know anything. He did claim to know that he did not know, and he considered this knowledge, the awareness of one's own ignorance, the beginning of genuine wisdom. Because the person who does not know that they do not know cannot begin to inquire. They believe they have already arrived. The Stoics took this further with their concept of the impressions, the appearances that things make to consciousness before we have applied judgment. The first task of the Stoic is to pause between the impression and the judgment, to hold the space between what appears to be the case and what actually is the case, and to examine whether the impression is reliable. This is a practice of epistemic humility, the recognition that our perception of the world is always mediated by our interpretive apparatus, and that the apparatus requires regular examination. Pure objectivity is a myth. The ancient philosophers knew this. Quantum physics confirmed it in a different domain. And Jung built it into the structure of analytic training, making the examination of the observer's own psyche a prerequisite for any serious attempt to examine another's. The concept of countertransference, the analyst's own emotional response to the patient, shaped by the analyst's own unconscious material, was initially viewed as a problem to be eliminated. The analyst was supposed to be a neutral mirror. The countertransference was the failure of neutrality. Freud treated it as something to be identified and suppressed. Jung disagreed. He believed the countertransference was not noise in the system, it was signal. The analyst's emotional response to the patient was data about what the patient was transmitting, often data about the patient's unconscious material that the patient's conscious presentation was not revealing. The analyst who had examined their own psyche could use that response as clinical information. The analyst who had not was simply contaminating the work with unexamined material while believing they were being objective. This is a profound epistemological position, and it converges from an entirely different direction on what Socrates insisted in the 5th century BCE. The examined life is the prerequisite for reliable knowledge about anything, including other lives. Know thyself was never simply an ethical instruction. It was an epistemological one. The observer who has not examined themselves is an unreliable instrument, and unreliable instruments produce unreliable data, however rigorously the method is applied. Chapter 38. Loneliness in the modern self. There is a loneliness that is not about being alone. It is about being with people and still not being met. The conversation continues. The social obligations are met. The surface of connection is maintained. And somewhere beneath the surface, in a place that has no social address, a person sits in silence. This is not a modern invention, but the modern world has made it more common in a particular way. Because the modern world has removed many of the structures, religious, communal, ritual, within which people were connected not just to each other, but to a shared symbolic world. When that shared symbolic world goes, the connection between people becomes thinner. You can agree on logistics without sharing a cosmos. You can like the same things without inhabiting the same meaning structure. And the connection that is based on shared logistics and shared tastes is lighter than the connection that is based on shared meaning. The philosopher and sociologist Robert Bellah, writing in Habits of the Heart in 1985, documented the way Americans in the late 20th century described their values. They consistently reached for a language of individual choice and personal fulfillment. They could not easily articulate a shared conception of the good life, a common vision of what a life well lived looked like. They had opinions, they had preferences, but they lacked what Bellah called the second language, the language of community, of shared obligation, of commitment to something beyond personal satisfaction. Feel the weight of your body in the dark. Nothing is required of you. Jung had observed this 40 years earlier in his consulting room. Patients in the second half of life, and it was always the second half that brought this particular complaint, were lonelier than their social lives would predict. They had families. They had colleagues. Some had fame and public recognition, and they were lonely in a way that more social contact could not address, because the loneliness was not about the quantity of relationship. It was about the depth of it. Depth requires two things that modern life does not reliably provide: time and a shared symbolic vocabulary. Time, because real connection cannot be scheduled in 50-minute appointments. It develops slowly, through repeated exposure, through the accumulation of shared experience and shared attention, and a shared symbolic vocabulary. Because the deepest things a person needs to communicate about meaning, about mortality, about what they are actually for, require a language that goes beyond the transactional and the informational. The ancient philosophical schools provided both. Students at the academy spent years with each other and with Plato. They ate together, walked together, argued together, and they shared the entire Platonic symbolic world, the forms, the soul, the ascent toward the good, as a common vocabulary for the deepest questions. The monastery, the philosophical school, the contemplative community, these were not primarily about belief. They were about the creation of a shared space of depth, in which the things that could not be said in ordinary social life could be said and heard. The loneliness of the modern self is, among other things, the loneliness of depth without community. The person who has gone deep through analysis, through philosophy, through the long encounter with their own unconscious, and who has no one to talk to about what they found, Jung knew this loneliness well. He had lived inside it for years, and he found his way out not by finding people who agreed with him, he was too strange for that, but by finding in the ancient texts a community of the dead who had been where he was, who had found the same things, and who had said so in whatever language was available to them across the centuries. Chapter 39. The Ancient Search for Wholeness. There is a word in Greek, holos, whole. From it comes the English words holistic, holocaust, wholeness. The ancient Greeks were as interested in the analysis of parts as any modern scientist. Aristotle's biological writings are a monument to precise, systematic categorization. But they also maintained a persistent interest in the whole that the parts composed. And they believed that understanding the whole was, in some sense, more fundamental than understanding the parts. For Plato, the good person was the person in whom the three parts of the soul, reason, spirit, and appetite were properly ordered and harmonious. Not in which reason had suppressed spirit and appetite, in which all three were functioning well in their proper relationships. Justice, for Plato, was this inner harmony writ large in the soul, and its image was the just city in which the three classes each performed their function with excellence. Aristotle's concept of eudaimonia was similarly holistic. The flourishing life was not simply the life of maximum pleasure, or the life of maximum virtue, or the life of maximum contemplative activity. It was the life in which all the dimensions of human nature, the practical, the social, the contemplative, the sensory, were integrated and expressed. The partial life, the life that cultivates one dimension at the expense of others, is not eudaimonia, however excellent it may be in its chosen dimension. Let your breath be slow and natural. The ideas are settling. Jung's concept of individuation was his version of this ancient search for wholeness. Not the perfection of any single dimension of the psyche, not the elimination of the shadow or the mastery of the unconscious, but the achievement of a dynamic, conscious relationship among all the parts, ego, shadow, persona, anima or animus, self, in which none is denied and each is known. This is not a final state. Jung was explicit about this. Individuation is not an achievement, but an orientation, a continuous process of returning from the one-sidedness that life's demands produce toward the more complex and inclusive awareness that the deeper self requires. It is, in this sense, a practice as much as the Stoic morning preparation was a practice. Not something done once and concluded. Something returned to in whatever form is available as long as the person is alive. The Taoist tradition expresses this as the balance of yin and yang, not the triumph of one over the other, but the dynamic interplay between complementary principles. Too much yang, too much force, structure, activity, and the system becomes rigid and brittle. Too much yin, too much receptivity, dissolution, passivity, and the system loses its capacity for effective action. Health is the ongoing, never-finished negotiation between them. This image, the ongoing, never-finished negotiation, is perhaps the most honest description of psychological health that any tradition has produced. Not arrival, not achievement, the continued willingness to hold attention, to not collapse it into false resolution, to remain in the difficult and generative space between the opposites. That space is where wholeness actually lives, not as a destination, as a practice. The Zen tradition expresses this through the concept of ichi-go, ichi-e, one time, one meeting. Each moment is unique and will not return. The response to this uniqueness is not anxiety but attention, the full engagement of consciousness with what is actually present, without the overlay of past habit or future projection. Wholeness, in this understanding, is not a state achieved once and maintained. It is the quality of attention brought to each successive moment. The Confucian tradition offers a complementary image, the practice of rectifying the mind, Jung, as the foundation of all other cultivation. Before the person can put their family in order, they must put themselves in order. Before they can put themselves in order, they must rectify the mind. And rectifying the mind means attending honestly to what is actually happening inside, removing the distortions of wishful thinking, of fear-driven avoidance, of habitual self-deception, and looking at things as they actually are. This is not comfort. It is discipline. And it is the same discipline that Socrates practiced on the streets of Athens, that Marcus Aurelius practiced in his tent at the edge of the empire, that Jung practiced in the long years of his Red Book experiment. The practice of looking honestly at what is actually there, and returning from what is false, one day at a time, for an entire life. That space, the space of honest attention, is where wholeness actually lives. Not as a destination, as a practice. Chapter 40. Symbols restore lost meaning. A woman named Margaret came to analysis in London in 1953. She was 47 years old. Her children were grown and in their own lives. Her marriage was stable but quiet. She had spent 20 years managing her household with considerable skill, and now the household required less managing, and she did not know what she was. She had been raised in a religious family. Her faith had faded in her 30s, not through any dramatic crisis, simply through the slow drift of a busy life that had less and less room for the practices that sustained it. She did not mourn the loss consciously. She noticed it only now, at 47, in the form of an emptiness that had no visible cause. In the first months of her analysis, her dreams were arid, functional, scenes of household management, traffic, obligations. Then, after about 6 months, something changed. She dreamed of a well, old stone, very deep, a light at the bottom. She had no particular reference for this image. She was not a student of mythology or religion. But when she described the dream, her voice changed. Something in the image was alive for her in a way that nothing in her waking life was. Jung's analyst, she was working with a trained Jungian, did not interpret the image immediately. They stayed with it. They asked what associations arose. They returned to it in subsequent sessions. Over the following months, the image developed. The well became a recurring figure in her dreams. The light at the bottom intensified. She began gradually to recover a relationship with the religious life she had abandoned, not the doctrinal form of it, which no longer fit, but something behind the doctrine, something the image had led her back to. Feel the stillness in the room. Feel the quiet of the dark. This is what symbols do when they are working. They lead. They do not explain. They point towards something that the conscious mind has lost access to, and they lead the person back toward it along a path that is pre-rational, that runs through the imagery, the body's response, the emotional charge, before it reaches anything the discursive mind can articulate. The ancient world built entire traditions around the cultivation of this capacity. The iconographic traditions of Christianity, Buddhism, and Hinduism are not simply decoration. They are a technology for activating the symbol-making capacity of the psyche, for providing images that carry meaning beyond what any verbal statement could convey. The icon of the Madonna, the mandala of the Tibetan Buddhist, the image of the dying and rising God, these work not because they are literally true in any propositional sense, but because they are symbolically alive. They engage dimensions of the psyche that literal language does not reach. When the symbols go, when a person, through secularization or rational disenchantment, loses the symbolic inheritance of their tradition without finding a replacement, they lose access to those dimensions of inner life. And what was previously carried by the symbol must now be carried by something else. Often it is carried by symptoms. The well at the bottom of Margaret's stream was not a theological argument, it was a symbol. And it restored, in her particular psyche, in her particular life, access to something that no argument could have reached. Chapter 41. The Psyche Wants Reverence. There is an attitude that the ancient philosophical traditions shared despite their many differences. It is an attitude toward the inner life that we might call reverence. The recognition that the psyche is not simply an instrument for achieving goals, a mechanism for processing information, a system to be optimized. It is something that deserves to be taken seriously, attended to, respected. This attitude is not mystical. It is practical. The person who treats their own inner life with contempt, who dismisses their dreams, their emotions, their symbolic experience as noise to be managed, does not produce a more efficient psyche. They produce a more fragile one. The contents of the inner life that are not attended to accumulate. They do not disappear because they are ignored. They become more insistent. Reverence for the inner life is not the same as uncritical obedience to every impulse. The Stoics were clear about this. Not every emotion that arises is a trustworthy guide. Some emotions are distorted by false beliefs. Some impulses arise from the shadow and would, if acted on without examination, cause harm. Reverence is not capitulation. It is attention, the willingness to take what arises seriously enough to examine it carefully before deciding how to respond. Let your body rest. The night is quiet and deep. Marcus Aurelius practiced this reverence under pressure. He was a man of enormous external power and enormous internal discipline. He kept his inner life private. The meditations were never meant for anyone else. But he kept the inner life. He returned to it daily. He treated it as the most important domain of his existence, more important than the empire he was governing. This is what reverence for the psyche looks like in practice. The man who is also an emperor takes time every morning to sit alone with his own thoughts, to examine them, to ask what they reveal about who he is and who he is trying to be, not because the thoughts are always trustworthy, but because they are always informative. Confucius, teaching in China in the 5th century BCE, a contemporary of Socrates, though the two never knew of each other, described the practice of daily self-examination similarly. His disciple Zhengzi recorded that Confucius had taught him to examine himself each day on 3 questions. Had he been faithful in his conduct of affairs? Had he been sincere in his dealings with others? Had he practiced what his teachers had taught? These questions are not about achievement. They are about integrity, the alignment of the inner life with the values it claims to hold. This daily return to the question of integrity is itself a form of reverence. It treats the inner life as something that matters enough to examine regularly. Jung called this the practice of psychological development, the ongoing, deliberate, patient cultivation of a conscious relationship with the whole of the psyche, including its depths. He believed this was not optional for the person who wanted to live fully and authentically. The psyche that is not attended to does not rest quietly. It makes its presence known in the only ways available to it. The person who learns to attend, who develops the capacity for honest inner examination, who begins to take their dreams and images and emotional signals seriously, is not engaging in navel-gazing. They are doing what the ancient philosophical traditions and the depth psychological tradition agree is the most fundamental work a human being can undertake: learning to live in genuine relationship with themselves. Chapter 42. When Science Forgets the Soul. Thomas Kuhn, writing in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions in 1962, described how scientific disciplines operate within paradigms. Shared assumptions about what counts as a legitimate question and a legitimate answer. Normal science works within the paradigm. Revolutionary science changes it. Kuhn observed that the most important questions in any field are often the ones that the current paradigm cannot accommodate, the anomalies that keep appearing and keep being set aside because the existing framework has no place for them. The paradigm shift happens when the anomalies accumulate to the point where they can no longer be ignored, and when someone proposes a new framework that can accommodate them. Jung spent his career cataloguing the anomalies that mainstream scientific psychology was setting aside. The cross-cultural appearance of identical symbolic imagery, the meaningful content of psychotic episodes that conventional psychiatry treated as purely symptomatic noise, the phenomena of synchronicity, meaningful coincidences that could not be explained by causal chains but that appeared consistently enough in clinical work to suggest some principle not yet understood. The evidence for psychic inheritance of symbolic content in the form of archetypes. None of these have been absorbed into mainstream scientific psychology. Most have been set aside, politely or impatiently, as insufficiently rigorous for the current paradigm. Feel the depth of the quiet around you, let your breath be slow. But the paradigm of mainstream scientific psychology, built on behaviorism, cognitive science, and neuroscience, has its own well-documented anomalies. The hard problem of consciousness, why there is subjective experience at all, remains unsolved and may be in principle unsolvable within the materialist framework. The placebo effect, the reliable production of measurable physical change through the patient's belief, suggests that the relationship between mind and body is not simply the relationship of controller to controlled. The statistical fact that psychotherapy works, but that the type of psychotherapy matters less than the quality of the therapeutic relationship, suggests that something about the human encounter is doing the work that no specific technique explains. These anomalies point in the direction that Jung was pointing, toward a psychology that takes seriously the interiority of the person, the meaningfulness of inner experience, the reality of the symbolic life, and the clinical importance of the relationship between the patient and what is larger than themselves. When science forgets the soul, when it decides, as a methodological prerequisite, that inner experience is epiphenomenal, and meaning is subjective, and therefore not a proper object of scientific inquiry, it produces knowledge that is genuine but incomplete. And the incompleteness matters, because the people who come to the clinic are not populations, they are persons. And persons carry everything that the soul word has always tried to name. The philosopher of mind Thomas Nagel, writing in Mind and Cosmos in 2012, made the case that the materialist account of nature is fundamentally incomplete, that consciousness, reason, and value cannot be adequately explained in purely physical terms, and that any adequate account of reality must include these things as genuine features of the world, not as epiphenomenal byproducts of matter in motion. His argument was controversial. It was also widely reviewed and not successfully refuted. Nagel was not a mystic and not a Jungian. He was a careful, rigorous, analytic philosopher who had spent his career examining the assumptions that materialist science takes for granted. And what he found at the end of a long examination was that the soul word, whatever vocabulary you give it, points to something real that the current scientific framework cannot adequately contain. The ancient world built its psychology around that reality. The modern world built its psychology around what could be measured. Both produced genuine knowledge. The question is, what happens when we learn to hold both at once? Chapter 43. Jung's Case Against Reductionism. In 1961, the year Jung died, the philosopher of science Karl Popper published The Logic of Scientific Discovery in English translation. It became one of the most influential works in 20th century philosophy of science. Popper's criterion of falsifiability, the idea that a theory is scientific only if it makes predictions that could in principle be proven false, was widely adopted and remains central to the false self-understanding of empirical science. By Popper's criterion, most of Jung's theories are not scientific. The collective unconscious cannot be directly observed. Archetypes cannot be falsified in any straightforward sense. Synchronicity does not make specific predictions that could be tested in a controlled experiment. Jung knew this. He did not argue that his theories were scientific in Popper's sense. He argued that they were empirical, based on observation, clinical experience, and the careful documentation of phenomena that appeared repeatedly across many different cases. He called his method phenomenological. He described what appeared in the psyche as it appeared, without reducing it prematurely to a causal explanation. His case against reductionism was not a case against science. It was a case against a specific error that science is prone to. The category mistake of treating the methods appropriate to one domain as though they were the only legitimate methods in all domains. Let your shoulders drop. Let the room hold you. The physicist Niels Bohr, one of the architects of quantum mechanics, had recognized something similar in his own field. In quantum mechanics, the attempt to measure position and momentum simultaneously changes the thing being measured. The classical physical ideal of an observer-independent reality breaks down at the quantum level. Different experimental setups reveal genuinely different aspects of the same phenomenon, and these aspects cannot all be brought together into a single, consistent classical picture. Bohr called this complementarity, the idea that some phenomena require multiple, mutually exclusive descriptions, each of which captures real aspects of the phenomenon that the others miss. The electron is a particle and it is a wave. These descriptions are incompatible in classical physics, but both are necessary. Jung argued that human psychology is similar. It requires multiple frameworks. The biological, neurological description is one true description of the psyche. The symbolic, phenomenological, depth psychological description is another. Neither is complete. Both are necessary. And the error of reductionism is to believe that one can be reduced to the other, that the symbolic life of the psyche is nothing but neural computation, that the archetypal imagery is nothing but cultural conditioning, that the meaning a person makes of their suffering is nothing but the output of biochemical processes. It is not nothing but, it is that and more. The and more is what ancient philosophy was describing, and what Jung in the 20th century was insisting must not be lost. The neuroscientist Antonio Damasio, in Descartes' Error, published in 1994, demonstrated that emotion is not separable from rational decision-making. Patients with damage to the emotional centers of the prefrontal cortex, who retained full cognitive function but lost the capacity for emotional response, could not make ordinary decisions. They could analyze situations indefinitely but could not choose. Reason without feeling is not purer reason, it is crippled reason. Damasio was not making a Jungian argument, but the finding converges on what Jung had been claiming from clinical observation for 50 years. The emotional and symbolic life of the psyche is not the residue of an otherwise rational mind. It is constitutive of the mind's actual operation. Remove it, and the mind cannot do what it is supposed to do. The and more is not decoration, it is structure. Chapter 44: Mental Health and Sacred Order. In every culture that anthropologists have studied, there is some version of the same basic social structure, a set of practices, beliefs, and institutions that locate the individual within a sacred order, a framework of meaning that connects the person to the ancestors, to the natural world, to the divine, to a story of origin and destiny that is larger than any individual life. This structure takes radically different forms. The Aboriginal Australians' dreaming, the Confucian system of right relationships, the Homeric world of gods and heroes, the Hindu concept of Dharma, the Abrahamic covenant. Different contents, the same function. The function is to give the individual's life a context in which it matters, to provide a framework of meaning that is not produced by the individual from scratch, but is received, inherited, entered into, participated in, to locate the suffering and the flourishing of the individual within a larger story that gives them significance beyond their own perception. Bessel van der Kolk, in his 2014 book The Body Keeps the Score, wrote about the importance of community and ritual in the recovery from trauma. He found that traditional healing practices, including dance, song, ceremony, and communal witnessing, were often more effective for trauma recovery than individual talk therapy alone. Because trauma is not only an individual wound, it is also a wound to the person's sense of connection to other people, to their own body, to the world. Healing it requires re-establishing connection, not only processing narrative. Nothing tonight asks anything of you. The darkness is still. Van der Kolk was describing what the ancient world had always known, that the individual psyche is not self-sufficient. It requires a larger context, relational, communal, symbolic, in order to function well. When that context is intact, the psyche has resources available to it that no individual therapy can provide. When it has been destroyed through trauma, through displacement, through the loss of cultural continuity, something fundamental is missing. Jung wrote about this in relation to what he called the religious function of the psyche, not the specific beliefs of any religion, but the deep human need for a relationship with what is larger than the self. He argued that when this need is denied, when a culture declares itself too rational for such things, when individuals cut themselves off from every form of traditional meaning-making, the need does not disappear. It is transferred to other objects. The state becomes the religion. The ideology becomes the creed. The leader becomes the god. These substitutes are always more dangerous than the originals because they lack the self-correcting mechanisms that mature religious traditions develop over centuries. The recognition of human fallibility, the insistence on the limits of any particular formulation, the practice of humility before what is genuinely unknown. Sacred order, in this reading, is not a superstition to be superseded. It is a psychological necessity that the modern world has not found an adequate substitute for. And the mental health consequences of that gap are everywhere visible to those who are willing to look. The anthropologist and trauma researcher Judith Herman, writing in Trauma and Recovery in 1992, described the importance of community witnessing in the healing of severe trauma. The isolated, traumatized person, even one with access to skilled individual therapy, heals more slowly and less fully than the person whose suffering has been witnessed and acknowledged by a community. Not because the community provides superior technical treatment, because the community provides something that no individual therapist can: the restoration of the person to the relational web that trauma severs. The ancient healing sanctuaries understood this. The Asclepion was not simply a place of individual dream work. It was a communal experience. The sick slept together, were tended together, participated together in the rituals of healing. The community was the container. The healing happened within it, not despite it. Modern psychiatric institutions are built for individual treatment. The unit, the ward, the group session is a pale echo of what the ancient sanctuary provided. It is not the clinician's fault. It is a structural limitation. And recognizing it as a structural limitation, rather than simply a question of clinical technique, is the first step toward building something better. Sacred order, in this reading, is not a superstition to be superseded. It is a psychological necessity that the modern world has not found an adequate substitute for. And the mental health consequences of that gap are everywhere visible to those who are willing to look. Chapter 45. Why Ancient Humans Understood More. There is a temptation, looking back at the ancient world from the vantage of the 21st century, to see only what they got wrong: the flat earth, the humoral theory of medicine, the geocentric universe, the acceptance of slavery as a natural institution, the exclusion of women from philosophical and political life. These are real failures, and they should not be minimized. But this view from the summit of our current knowledge misses something important. The ancient thinkers were working with the data available to them, and they were asking some of the most important questions available to be asked, and their answers in certain domains have not been surpassed. They understood finitude. Socrates, at his trial in 399 BCE, having been condemned to death, refused to escape when the option was presented to him. He had argued his whole life that the unexamined life was not worth living. He would not end it by refusing examination. He sat in his cell and talked philosophy with his friends until the hemlock was brought. His acceptance of death, not as theatrical heroism, but as the logical conclusion of a life lived in accordance with his values, remains one of the most instructive encounters with mortality in the historical record. They understood impermanence. The Buddhist philosophical tradition, developing in India in the 5th century BCE, built its entire psychological understanding on the reality of anicca, impermanence, and the suffering that arises from resistance to it. Nothing persists. Every attempt to hold what cannot be held is the source of suffering. This is not pessimism. It is the most precise possible diagnosis of a universal human error. Let your jaw soften. Feel the weight of your body in the dark. They understood the limits of reason. Socrates knew that the wisest person was the one who knew they did not know. Pascal knew that the heart has reasons that reason cannot reach. The Taoist tradition built an entire philosophy around the recognition that the most important things cannot be named. This epistemological humility, the recognition that the rational faculty is powerful but limited, that there is always more than reason can hold, is not a failure of nerve. It is one of the most sophisticated positions available. They understood the importance of the interior life. Every major ancient philosophical tradition, Stoic, Platonic, Buddhist, Confucian, Taoist, placed the cultivation of the inner life at the center of its practical teaching, not as a preparation for some other, more important activity, as the activity itself, the examined life, the cultivated awareness, the practiced relationship with one's own depths. This was the work of a life. Modern civilization has made extraordinary advances in the understanding of the external world, of matter, energy, biology, computation. It has made less progress in the understanding of the interior world, not because the interior world is less real, but because it is less amenable to the methods that have been so productive in the study of external reality. Jung believed that the ancient traditions preserved, in forms that required translation and adaptation, but preserved nonetheless, an understanding of the interior world that modern psychology was still working toward. Not everything they said was correct. Much required updating, and some required discarding. But the orientation toward the depths of the psyche, toward meaning, toward the symbolic life, toward the integration of what has been refused, this orientation was not superseded. It was, in important ways, ahead of where we are still trying to arrive. Chapter 46. A Deeper Psychology of Being. Martin Heidegger, writing in Being and Time in 1927, proposed that the fundamental question of philosophy had been forgotten. Not the questions about knowledge, ethics, or politics, those had been well attended, the question of being itself, what it means to exist, to be here, to be the kind of being that asks about its own being. This question had been covered over by centuries of treating beings particular things that exist, rather than being itself. Heidegger was not a psychologist, but his influence on existential psychiatry, on Rollo May, on Ludwig Binswanger, on Irvin Yalom, was direct and substantial. And the fundamental orientation of his project toward the question of what it means to exist as a human being, rather than the question of how the human organism functions, is precisely the orientation that distinguishes depth psychology from behavioral science. To ask how the human organism functions is a legitimate scientific question. To ask what it means to be a human being is a different kind of question. It requires a different kind of attention. And it produces a different kind of knowledge. The philosopher Hannah Arendt, in The Human Condition, published in 1958, distinguished between labor, work, and action as the three fundamental modes of human activity. Labor is the biological cycle, the production and consumption that sustains life. Work is the fabrication of a durable world, the objects, institutions, and cultural artifacts that outlast the individual. Action is the most distinctively human activity, the capacity to begin something genuinely new, to initiate, to surprise, to enter the public realm as a unique self whose words and deeds constitute a kind of second birth. Arendt was not writing psychology, but her analysis of action illuminates something that depth psychology keeps discovering. The person who is confined to labor and work, to the biological and productive dimensions of life, is living a truncated human existence. The capacity to act, to initiate, to be genuinely a beginning in the world, this requires the kind of inner freedom that comes only to the person who has done some version of the work that Socrates and Jung were both describing. The examination of the self that produces, slowly, a self-worth presenting. Feel the stillness, let your breath find its own depth. We are close to the end. The existential psychiatrists who worked in Jung's wake, Yalom most prominently, but also Thomas Ogden, Harold Searles, and the British Object Relations School, tried to hold both questions simultaneously. They were medically trained clinicians who also took seriously the philosophical question of what kind of being a human person is and what that entails for the understanding of psychological suffering and health. Yalom's clinical work with dying patients produced some of the most important contributions to this project. In Existential Psychotherapy, published in 1980, he identified 4 ultimate concerns that he believed were constitutive of human psychological life: death, freedom, isolation, and meaninglessness. Not pathologies. Ultimate concerns, features of existence that every human being must somehow relate to, and that the quality of that relationship largely determines the quality of the psychological life. The ancient philosophical schools had addressed all 4. The Stoics on death, it is not an evil, it is the return of borrowed material to its source. Kierkegaard on freedom, it is the dizziness of genuine selfhood, and it cannot be avoided without ceasing to be a self. The Platonic tradition on isolation, the philosopher who has seen the forms returns to the cave not because they must, but because the love of what is truly good includes the love of those who have not yet seen it. Aristotle on meaninglessness. Eudaimonia is the antidote, and it requires the full expression of human nature in the actual conditions of an actual life. A deeper psychology of being is not a new invention, it is a recovery. The retrieval of what was known in different vocabularies and different frameworks by every tradition that has taken seriously the question of what it means to be this kind of being, finite, conscious, relational, symbol-using, meaning-making, here in this particular darkness, listening. Chapter 47, Resting Beyond Modern Confusion. There is a particular exhaustion that belongs to the modern mind. It is not the exhaustion of physical labor or the exhaustion of acute crisis. It is the exhaustion of chronic cognitive load, of living in an environment that demands continuous processing, continuous decision-making, continuous management of information and impression and identity. The philosopher and theologian Joseph Pieper, writing in Leisure, The Basis of Culture, in 1948, argued that modern civilization had lost the capacity for genuine leisure, not rest as the absence of work, but rest as what he called the disposition of receptive understanding, the capacity to receive rather than to produce, to be open rather than to process, to dwell in something without immediately needing to do anything with it. Pieper was drawing on Aristotle's concept of theoria, the contemplative mode of knowing that Aristotle placed above all others. Not because it is most useful, but because it is most fully human, the mode in which the mind rests in its object simply in order to know it, without any further purpose beyond the knowing. The knowledge of the contemplative is not instrumental, it is an end in itself. It belongs to the category of things worth doing for their own sake. The ancient philosophical schools built spaces for this. The academy was not a training ground for useful citizens, though useful citizens emerged from it. It was a space for theoria, for the kind of unhurried, purpose-free inquiry that produces, over long periods, the deepest understanding available. Let your body sink. Let your breath be very slow. The room is dark and still. The modern mind is not built for theoria. It is built for productivity. Even its leisure tends to be productive. The exercise routine, the self-improvement podcast, the networking event that is also a social occasion. The mind that is always performing, even in its rest, does not actually rest. It accumulates fatigue in the spaces between performance. Jung believed this accumulated fatigue was one of the distinctive pathologies of the modern age. Not a disorder in the clinical sense, but a chronic depletion that made the deeper work of psychological development impossible. You cannot encounter your unconscious while you are managing your brand. You cannot do the work of individuation in 50-minute scheduled sessions. You cannot hear the quieter layers of the psyche in an environment that is never quiet. The ancient prescription, and it appeared in every tradition, was periods of deliberate withdrawal, not holiday, not recreation in the modern sense. Genuine Sabbath, the structured setting aside of productivity in favor of simply being. The Stoic practice of the philosophical retreat, the Buddhist practice of formal meditation retreat, the monastic practice of the divine office, the rhythm of prayer and silence that structured the day not around tasks but around attention. None of these are available in their original form to most modern people, but the principle behind them is not historical, it is biological. The mind requires periods of non-directed activity in order to integrate what has been experienced. The neuroscientist Marcus Reichel discovered in the 1990s that the brain's default mode network, the network active during rest and inward attention, is not idle during rest. It is doing something. It is consolidating, connecting, making meaning from the accumulated experience of the active period. Rest is not the absence of mental activity. It is a different kind of mental activity. And it is the kind that the ancient traditions understood to be, in a deep sense, the most important kind. The Stoic philosopher Seneca, writing to his friend Lucilius in the Letters from a Stoic around 65 AD, described something that might now be called the practice of withdrawing from ordinary activity in order to be with oneself. He wrote that there are two kinds of withdrawal: the retirement of the body, which any person can achieve by simply removing themselves from company, and the retirement of the mind, which is the harder achievement and the more valuable one. The body can be in a room alone, while the mind remains in the forum, still managing, still planning, still performing. True rest is the rest of the mind from its own relentless activity. This is what contemplative traditions across the ancient world were cultivating. Not sleep, which comes automatically, not leisure in the modern sense, which is simply productivity's shadow, but the deliberate practice of allowing the mind to rest from the role of manager and become, for a period, the thing it usually ignores, the witness, the one who observes without directing, the one who notices without acting. Jung called this the observing ego, the part of consciousness that can watch what is happening without being identical with it. It is not developed automatically, it is developed through practice. And its development is the condition under which the deeper work of individuation becomes possible. You cannot hear the voice of the unconscious while the managing ego is speaking. You can only hear it in the spaces between. Rest is not the absence of mental activity. It is a different kind of mental activity. And it is the kind that the ancient traditions understood to be, in a deep sense, the most important kind. Chapter 48, Sleep Inside the Living Symbol. We began in a room, your room, the house gone still, the mind getting louder precisely as the world got quiet. And we named that, we gave it a frame, as the ancient thinkers and the depth psychologists gave frames to the things that could not otherwise be held. We have been in many rooms tonight. The tent of Marcus Aurelius, where the most powerful man alive wrote to himself in the dark about the gap between who he was and who he was trying to be. The clinic in Bergholzli, where a young doctor sat beside a man who had not spoken in 2 years and waited. The Asclepion at Epidaurus, where the sick slept in the sanctuary and dreamed, and what arose in the dreaming was taken seriously. Plato's Academy in Athens, where students walked and argued and ate together and lived inside a shared symbolic world that gave everything else its context. Jung's study in Znacht, on the shore of Lake Zurich, where he sat for 13 years with his own unconscious and recorded what he found. The round stone tower he built at Bollingen, without electricity or modern conveniences, where he cooked over fire and carved stone and sat alone with the deep, slow silence that he believed was the only adequate container for the deepest work. You have been in all of these rooms tonight, and you have heard what they had to say. Let your breath be very slow now. Let your eyes be completely still. There is a thread that runs through all of it. Ancient philosophy and depth psychology, separated by centuries, converging on the same observation from different directions. The inner life is real. It is not a byproduct of the outer life. It is not a symptom to be managed or an inefficiency to be optimized. It is the place where a person actually lives. The soul, whatever word you use for the inner life at its deepest, is not a religious concept. It is a descriptive one. It describes the dimension of human experience that cannot be measured, that does not respond to management, that does not improve with optimization, that asks something different of us than anything in the outer world asks. It asks to be taken seriously, to be attended to be met with patience and honesty, and the willingness to sit with what cannot yet be fully understood. Jung wrote in the last years of his life that the most dangerous thing in the world was the psyche that was not attended to. Not because the unattended psyche becomes evil, because it becomes unconscious of itself. It acts from its depths without knowing it is acting. It projects its unexamined contents onto the world and mistakes those projections for the world itself. And a person or a civilization that cannot distinguish its projections from reality is in danger of exactly the kind of catastrophe that the 20th century demonstrated was possible. The ancient philosophers proposed a remedy that has never been superseded: know thyself. Not as a comfortable injunction, as the hardest and most necessary work available. You have been doing a version of it tonight, in the dark, in the quiet, in the long hours between waking and sleep, lying still and letting ideas move through you. Some of them will find something that was waiting, something that has always been there, patient and old and entirely yours. The living symbol does not speak in language. It speaks in the feel of a particular image, a particular idea, landing somewhere in you with more weight than the others. Notice which ones stayed. Notice which ones even now are still present in the room. Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." You have been looking inside for 3 hours. That is not a small thing. Let the room be quiet now. Let your body be very still. The ideas have said what they came to say. The ancient voices have spoken in the dark, and they have been heard. Whatever found you tonight was exactly what was meant to find you. The rest belongs to sleep. Sleep now.